Writings to the legitimation problem which he himself raises, one has every reason to assume that arbitrariness is no less problematical in his case, the only difference being that it appears under the mask of an objective interpretation. It is difficult to gauge to what extent he can reject the Popperian critique of such supposedly objective interpretations, and the critique of ideology of the superficial Enlightenment in general. To some extent, totality proved to be a fetish which serves to allow arbitrary decisions to appear as objective knowledge. 1/S Habermas rightly asserts, this brings us to the problem of the so-called value freedom of historical and theoretical research. The postulate of value freedom rests, as he says, on a thesis /Vihich, following Popper, one can formulate as the dualism of facts and decisions, and which can be explained on the basis of the distinction between natural laws and norms. He regards the strict separation of these two types of law as problematical. /V with reference to this, he formulates two questions, the answers to which allow us to clarify the issues involved, namely, on the one hand, whether the normative meaning is excluded from a rational discussion of the concrete life context FWM which it emerged and upon which it still reacts, and, on the other hand, the question of whether knowledge reduced positivistically to empirical science is, in fact, released from every normative bond. 40 The manner of posing the questions in itself show /VS that he appears to interpret the dualism mentioned in a way that rests upon misunderstanding, for that which he questions here has little to do with the meaning of this distinction. The second of the two questions leads him to the investigation of Popper's suggestions concerning the basis problem, and he discovers in them unintended consequences which allegedly involve a circle, and he sees in this evidence for the embedding of the research process in a context which is only explicable hermeneutically. The problem revolves around the following: Popper, in opposition to the advocates of a protocol language, insists that even basic statements can, in principle, be revised, since they themselves contain a theoretically determined element of interpretation. 42 One has to apply the conceptual apparatus of the theory in question in order to obtain basic statements. Habermas detects a circularity in the fact that, in order to apply laws, one needs to have previously established the facts, but this can only be achieved in a process in which these laws are already applied. There is a misunderstanding here. The application of laws, and that means here the application of theoretical statements, demands the use of the relevant conceptual apparatus to formulate the conditions of application which come into question, and to which the application of the laws the JJJ can attach itself. I do not see what circularity is involved here, nor, in particular, how in this case Habermas' ex machina, hermeneutic explication, would be of more help. Nor do I see to what extent the detachment of methodology from the real research process and its social functions takes its revenge, here whatever he means by T.S. The reference made by Habermas in this context to the institutional character of research and the role of normative regulations in the research process, is in no way suited to solving previously unsolved problems. 43 As far as the fact is concerned which Popper is supposed to persistently ignore, namely that we are normally in no doubt at all about the validity of a basic statement, and that, as a result, the logical possibility of an infinite regress to facto does not come into question. One can only make the following reply, namely, that, in itself, the factual certainty of a statement can only with difficulty be considered as a criterion of the statement's validity, and that, this apart, Popper himself solves the problem of regress without resorting to problematical states of affairs of this sort. His concern is not an analysis of factual behavior but rather a solution of methodological problems. Reference to unformulated criteria, which are applied to facto in the institutionally channeled research process, is no solution to such a problem. The assertion that the problem really does not arise in this process, in no way serves to eliminate it as a methodological problem. One has only to recall that, for many scientists, the problem of information content, incidentally a related problem, does not present itself, and this frequently has the result that, under certain conditions, they tautologize their systems and render them devoid of content. Problems must pre-sealt themselves to the methodologists which other people often do not think of. The norms and criteria, upon which Habermas reflects in a very general manner in this section of his essay, are characteristically treated from the perspective of the sociologist as social states of affairs, as factors in a research process based on the division of labor, a process embedded in the context of societal labor. This is a perspective which can certainly be of great interest. For methodology, however, it is not a question of the acceptance of social data, but rather of the critical elucidation and rational reconstruction of the relevant rules and criteria with reference to possible aims, for example, the aim of MORE closely approximating to the truth. It is interesting that the dialectician becomes, at this point, the real positivist by imagining he can eliminate problems of the logic of research by reference to factual social data. This is not a transcendence of Popperian methodology but rather an attempt to circumvent its problems by drawing upon what one is wont to disavow in other contexts as mere facticity. As far as the sociological aspects are concerned, one must likewise doubt whether they can be adequately treated in the way in which Habermas suggests. It is in this respect with respect to the so-called life references of research that one must take into account the fact that there are institutions which stabilize an independent interest in the knowledge of objective contexts, so that there exists in these spheres the possibility of largely emancipating oneself from the direct pressure of everyday practice. The freedom to engage in scientific work, made possible in this way, has made no small contribution to the advance of knowledge. In this respect, the inference of technical utilization from technical rootedness proves to be a short circuit. Habermas, in treating the basis problem, introduces the question of the normative regulation of the cognitive process and from this can return to the problem, value for item which formed his starting point. He can now say that this problem testifies that the analytical empirical procedures cannot ensure for themselves the life reference within which they themselves objectively stand, and point 44 his succeeding comments suffer, however, from the fact that at no point does he formulate the postulate of value freedom, whose questionability he wishes to emphasize, in such a way that one can be sure with which assertion he is actually concerned. One can understand the value freedom of science in a variety of ways. I do not suppose that Habermas thinks that anyone upholding such a principle in any sense of the word could any longer form a clear picture of the social context in which research stands. Point 45 Modern advocates of a methodical value freedom principle are in no way want to overlook the normative references of research and the knowledge guiding interests. Point 46 Generally they propose more detailed solutions in which various aspects of the problem are distinguished. Similarly, Adorno's remarks on the problem of value, referred to by Habermas, will scarcely take us further. When he points out that the separation of evaluative and value-free behavior is false insofar as value, and thus value freedom, are themselves reifications, then similarly we may ask to whom such remarks are addressed. Who would relate the above-mentioned dichotomy so simply to behavior? Who would take up the concept of value in such a simple manner as is implied here? 47:1 Adorno's meant that the whole value problem is falsely posed. 1h bears no relation to a definite formulation of this problem, and can therefore hardly be judged. It is an assertion which sounds comprehensive but carries no risk. He alludes to antinomies from which positivism cannot extricate itself, without even giving an indication of where they might lie. Neither the views criticized, nor the objections raised against them can be identified in such a way that an unbiased person could judge them. Point 49 In a very interesting manner, Habermas too talks of value freedom as the problem of reification, of categories of the life world which gain power over a theory which devolves on practice, and similar things presumably have escaped the superficial enlightenment, but he does not condescend to analyze concrete solutions of the value problem. In connection with the problem of the practical application of social scientific theories, he then discusses L/Yerdle's critique of ends f. Eanes thought. 50 The difficulties to which Myrdal draws attention in connection with the question of value neutrality lead him to attempt to demonstrate that one is forced into dialectical thought in order to overcome them. His thesis concerning the purely technical orientation of empirical scientific knowledge plays a role here. De facto, this makes necessary the guidance of programmatic viewpoints which are not reflected upon as such. Sl thus, technically utilizable social scientific theories could not, despite their own self-understanding, satisfy the strict demands of value neutrality. It is precisely the domination of a technical cognitive interest, hidden to itself, he says, which conceals the veiled investments of the relatively dogmatic total understanding of a situation, with which even the strictly empirical sociologist has implicit, identified himself before it slips through his hands in the initial stages of a formalized theory under the claim of hypothetical universality. He then concludes that if these interests, which de facto guide knowledge, cannot be suspended, then they must be brought under control and criticized or legitimate as objective interests derived from the total societal context. This, however, forces one into dialectical thought. Here the fact that dialecticians persistently refuse to dissect the complex value problematic and to treat its particular problems separately apparently takes its revenge in the fear that the whole which they, as if spellbound, seek never to let out of their sight could slip through their fingers. In order to reach solutions at all, one has, now and again, to avert one's gaze from the whole and, temporarily at least, to bracket off totality. As a consequence of this thought which is directed to the whole, we find constant reference to the connection of all details in the totality, which compels one to dialectical thinking, but which results in not a single actual solution to a problem. Studies which show that here one can make progress without dialectical thought are, on the other hand, ignored. 52. CRITIQUEOFIDEOLOGYAND DIALECTICALJUSTIFICATION. It can hardly be doubted that Habermas sees the problem of the relation between theory and practice mainly from the perspective of the justification of practical action, and that he understands it as a problem of legitimation. This perspective also explains his attitude towards a critique of ideology which provides no substitute for that which it disavows. In addition, there is his instrumentalist interpretation of pure science which makes more difficult his own access to the understanding of such a critique of ideology. He links both with modern irrationalism which makes plausible his demand for a dialectical transcendence of positivistic limitations. He believes that the restriction of the social sciences to pure knowledge whose purity seems to him, in any case, problematical eliminates from the horizon of the sciences the questions of life practice in such a way that they are henceforth exposed to irrational and dogmatic attempts at interpretation. 53 These attempts at interpretation are then subjected to a positivistically circumscribed critique of ideology, which is basically indebted to the same purely technically rooted cognitive interest as is technologically utilizable social science, and, consequently, like the latter, it accepts the dualism of facts and decisions. Since such a social science, similar to the natural sciences, can only guarantee the economy of the choice of means whilst action over and above this demands normative orientation, and since ultimately, the positivistic type of critique of ideology is in a position to reduce the interpretations which it criticizes merely to the decisions upon which they rest, then the result is an unconstrained decisionism in the selection of the highest goals. Positivism in the domain of knowledge is matched by decisionism in the domain of practice. A too narrowly conceived rationalism in the one realm matches irrationalism in the other. Thus on this level the critique of ideology involuntarily furnishes the proof that progress of a rationalization limited in terms of empirical science to technical control is paid for with the corresponding growth of a mass of irrationality in the domain of praxis itself. 54 In this context, Habermas is not afraid to relate quite closely the diverse forms of decisionism represented, amongst others, by Jean-Paul Sartre, Carl Schmitt, and Arnold Gehlen as in some degree complementary views to a very broadly conceived positivism. 55 In view of the irrationality of decisions accepted by positivists and decisionists alike, The return to mythology is understandable, Habermas believes, as a last desperate attempt to secure institutionally a socially binding precedent for practical questions. Point 56. Given his understanding of positive science, Habermas' thesis is at least plausible, even if it does not do justice to the fact that the relapse into mythology where it has actually occurred, can in no way be attributed to the specific rationality of the scientific attitude. Point 57. Usually the positivism which Habermas criticizes makes itself quite unpopular in totalitarian societies, in which such a remythologization is on the agenda, whilst dialectical attempts at the interpretation of reality are frequently able to gain recognition there. Point 58. Of course, it can always be said later that this was not true dialectics. But how can true dialectics actually be recognized? Habermas' treatment of Polish revisionism is interesting in this connection. 59. This Rev 1's Tennism developed in reaction to Stalinist orthodoxy in an intellectual milieu which was great. Y determined by the influence of the Warsaw School of Philosophy. Amongst other things, its critique was direct against the characteristics of a holistic philosophy of history with practical intent, characteristics which determine the ideological character of Marxism. Habermas wishes to take up positively those characteristics of Marxist thought which fell prey to revisionism's critique. This development is not accidental. It is connected with the fact that in Poland, after the opportunities for a certain amount of free discussion had been created, the arguments of the dialecticians collapsed, one could say, all along the line under the impact of the counter-arguments from the Warsaw School. 60. It is a bit too simple to attribute an epistemological naivete, as Habermas does, to the theoreticians who were compelled to relinquish untenable positions in the face of the critical arguments of philosophers who belonged to a dominant tradition in the theory of knowledge. Leszek Kolakowski's retreat to a methodological rationalism and a more positivistic revisionism, /Vh Habermas so sharply criticizes, /Vas motivated by a challenge to /Vh our own inheritors of Hegelian thought must erst prove equal, before they have cause to dismiss lightly the results of the Polish discussion. 6. 1. It seems to me that a close connection exists between the particular features of dialectical thought and the fact that dialectical attempts to interpret reality, in contrast to the positivism which Habermas criticizes, are frequently quite popular in totalitarian societies. One can recognize a basic achievement of such forms of thought precisely in the fact that they are appropriate for disguising random decisions as knowledge, and thereby legitimating them in such a way as to remove them from the possibility of discussion. 6. A decision veiled in this manner, will look no better even in the light of reason, however comprehensive it may be, than that mere decision which one imagines one can overcome in this way. Unmasking through critical analysis can then, only with difficulty, be criticized in the name of reason. 63. Habermas cannot, it is true, completely incorporate this critique of ideology into his scheme of a technically rooted, and therefore randomly utilizable, knowledge. He is compelled to recognize a reified critique of ideology which apparently has, to a certain extent, severed itself from this root. 64. And in which honest positivists, whose laughter is dispelled by such perspectives, namely those who shrink back from irrationalism and remythologization, seek their foothold. He regards the motivation of such a critique of ideology as unclarified, but this is only true because here he can hardly impute the only motive which he finds plausible, namely that of the provision of new techniques. He sees that this critique is making an attempt to enlighten consciousness, but fails to see from whence it draws its strength. If reason divorced from decision must be wholly devoid of any interest and an emancipation of consciousness from dogmatic bias. 65. Here he encounters the dilemma that scientific knowledge of this sort is, in his opinion, only possible as a kind of commit reason, the justified possibility of which is precisely what the critique of ideology denies, but with the renunciation of justification. However, the dispute of reason with dogmatism itself remains a matter of dogmatic opinion. 65. He sees behind this dilemma the fact that the critique of ideology must tacitly presuppose as its own motivation just what it attacks as dogmatic, namely, the convergence of reason and decision, thus precisely a comprehensive concept of rationality. 65b. In other words, this form of critique of ideology is not in a position to see through itself. Habermas, however, sees through it. It is, for him, a veiled form of decided reason, a thwarted dialectics. One sees where his restrictive interpretation of non-dialectical social science has led him. The critique of ideology analyzed in this manner can, on the other hand, readily admit an underlying interest in an emancipation of consciousness from dogmatic bias. It is even capable of reflecting on its foundations without running into difficulties. But as far as Habermas' alternative of dogmatism and rational justification is concerned, it has every cause to expect information as to how dialectics is capable of solving the problem of rational justification which arises here. Above all, dialectics is dependent upon such a solution, since it sets out from the standpoint of the legitimation of practical intentions. Whether positivism is in a position to offer a solution, indeed whether it is interested at all in a solution of such problems, is a question whose answer will depend, amongst other things, upon what one understands by positivism. We shall return to this point. According to Habermas, one can distinguish between one type of critique of ideology and, corresponding to it, a rationality which is only orientated to the value of scientific techniques, and another which, over and above this, also develops from the significance of a scientific emancipation for adult autonomy. 66. He is prepared to admit that possibly even in its positivistic form the critique of ideology can pursue an interest in adult autonomy. The Popperian conception, to which he makes this concession, apparently, in his opinion, 67 comes closest to the comprehensive rationality of the dialectical sort. For it cannot be denied that Popper's critical rationalism, which was developed precisely as a reaction to the logical positivism of the 30s, recognizes in principle no boundaries to rational discussion, and consequently can take up problems which a more narrowly understood positivism is not wont to discuss. 68. But he has no cause, however, to attribute all such problems to positive science. Critical reason in Popper's sense does not stop at the boundaries of science. Habermas concedes to him the motive of enlightenment, but draws attention to the resigned reservation which, it is claimed, lies in the fact that here rationalism only appears as his professed faith. 69. One can assume that his critique at this point is linked with the above-mentioned expectation of justification. Undoubtedly this expectation remains unfulfilled. Popper develops his view in a confrontation with a comprehensive rationalism which is uncritical in so far as it, analogous to the paradox of the liar, implies its own transcendence. 70. Since, for logical reasons, a self-grounding of rationalism is impossible, Popper calls the assumption of a rationalist attitude a decision which, because it logically lies prior to the application of rational arguments, can be termed irrational. 71. However, he then makes a sharp distinction between a blind decision and one taken with open eyes, that is, with a clear knowledge of its consequences. What is Habermas' position on this problem? He passes over it, presumably on the assumption that a dialectician is not confronted with it. 72. He does not take up Popper's arguments against comprehensive rationalism. He admits that if scientific insight purged of the interest of reason is devoid of all immanent reference to praxis, and if, inversely, every normative content is detached nominalistically from insights into its real relation to life as Popper presupposes undialectically, then indeed the dilemma must be conceded, that I cannot rationally compel anyone to support his assumptions with arguments and evidence from experiences. 73. He does not show, however, how far the assumption of an immanent reference to praxis in knowledge, or a combination of normative content and insight into things, can be relevant here. His remarks, in the last analysis, amount to the fact that the problems of a comprehensive decided reason can be adequately resolved. One does not learn, however, what this solution looks like. His idea that in rational discussion such a tendency is inherent, irrevocably, which is precisely the decisive commitment entailed by rationality itself, and which therefore does not require arbitrary decision, or pure faith. 74 presupposes rational discussion as a fact, and consequently overlooks the problem raised by Popper. The thesis that Eve zero in the simplest discussion of methodological question. A prior understanding of a rationality is presupposed that is not yet divested of its normative elements. 75 is scarcely appropriate as an objection to Popper, who has not denied the normative background of such discussions but rather has analyzed it. Once again, Habermas' tendency to point to naked facts instead of discussing problems and solutions to problems is revealed. In the meantime, Popper has further developed his views in a VI that should be relevant to the problems which Habermas treats. 76 He aims at the transcendence of views which are directed towards the idea of positive justification. 77 And he opposes to this the idea of the critical test, detached from justificatory thought, which only has the choice between an infinite regress that cannot be fulfilled, and a dogmatic solution. Habermas, too, is still in the grip of this justificatory thought when he has recourse to factual certainties of some kind, when he wishes to legitimate practical intentions from an objective context, and when he expects that metaethical criteria be derived and justified from underlying interests. 78 The alternative of dogmatism and rational justification, which he considers important, is affected, no matter how obvious it sounds, by the argument that recourse to positive reasons is itself a dogmatic procedure. The demand for legitimation which Habermas' philosophy of history with practical intent inspires, makes respectable the recourse to dogmas which can only be obscured by dialectics. The critique of ideology aims at making such obscurations transparent, at laying bare the dogmatic core of such arguments, and relating them to the social context of consequences in which they fulfill their legitimating function. In this respect, it counteracts precisely such edifices of statement as Habermas demands for the normative orientation of practice. It must provide not legitimating but critical achievements. Anyone undertaking to solve the problem of the relationships between theory and practice, between social science and politics from the perspective of justification is left if he wishes to avoid open recourse to a normative dogmatics only with retreat to a form of obscurantism such as can be achieved by means of dialectical or hermeneutic thought. In this, language plays no small part, namely, one which stands in the way of a clear and precise formulation of ideas. That such a language dominates even methodological reflections which precede the actual undertaking, and also the confrontation with other conceptions on this level, can presumably only be understood from the angle of aesthetic motives if one disregards the obvious idea of a strategy of relative immunization. 79. The problem of the relations between theory and practice, central to Habermas' thought, is interesting from many standpoints. The representatives of other views also have to come to grips with this. 80 It is a problem in whose treatment philosophical views inevitably play a role. This may lead to useful solutions, but may also in certain circumstances render a solution more difficult. Habermas' manner of tackling the problem suffers from the fact that he exaggerates the difficulties of the VRUs he criticizes by means of restrictive interpretations and, at best, indicates his own solutions vaguely and in metaphorical turns of phrase. 81 He behaves hypocritically towards his opponents but more than generously towards dialecticians. He is unsparing with advice to his opponents that they should overcome their restrictedness by creating the unity of reason and decision, the transition to a comprehensive rationality, and whatever other formulations he might suggest. But what he positively opposes to their specific rationality are more metaphors than methods. He makes thorough use of the advantage that lies in the fact that Popper, for instance, formulates his views clearly, but he exposes his readers to the disadvantage that they must painstakingly find their way through his own exposition. Substantively, the fundamental weakness of his presentation lies in the manner in which he outlines the problem situation. his instrumentalist interpretation of the theoretical empirical sciences forces him towards an interpretation of the positivistic critique of ideology for which there are surely no indications in social reality. Where he cannot help but concede the motive of enlightenment, the emancipation of consciousness from dogmatic bias, he indicates restrictions /vh are difficult to identify merely on the basis of his formulations. The thesis of the complementarity of positivism and decisionism which he upholds does not lack a certain plausibility, if one relates it to the unreflected positivism of everyday life. It may even have something in its favor if one presupposes his instrumentalist interpretation of science, but it can hardly be applied in a meaning-poundal manner to the philosophical views which he wishes to attack with his thesis. In his attempts to demonstrate the questionability of the distinction between facts and decisions, between natural law /vs and norms, distinctions which he regards as mistaken oppositions, he has to constantly presuppose such distinction. It is precise. Why? Because of the obliteration of the distinction that a clarification of the relations between these things is made more difficult. That there are relations between them is in no way denied in the views he criticizes. Instead, such relations are analyzed. The crude positivism of common sense may tend not only to distinguish pure theories, bare facts, and mere decisions but also to isolate them from one another if it seeks to free itself from the original fusion of these elements in the language and thought of everyday life. But this is in no way true of the philosophical views /vh Habermas criticizes. Instead, they reveal manifold relations between these moments which can be relevant for knowledge and action. The facts then appear as theoretically interpreted aspects of reality, 82 the theories as selective interpretations in whose judgment facts once again play a part and whose acceptance involves decisions. These decisions are made according to standpoints which, on a meta-theoretical level, are accessible to objective discussion. 83 As far as the decisions of practical life are concerned, they can be made in the light of a situational analysis which makes use of theoretical results and takes into consideration consequences which are actually expected. The distinction between facts and decisions, nomological and normative statements, theories and states of affairs, in no way involves a lack of connection. It would hardly be meaningful to dialectically transcend all such distinctions in a unity of reason and decision postulated ad hoc, and thus to allow the various aspects of problems and the levels of argumentation to perish in a totality which may certainly encompass all simultaneously, but which then makes it necessary to solve all the problems simultaneously. Such a procedure can only lead to problems being hinted at but any longer analyzed, to a pretense at solutions but not their implementation. The dialectical cult of total reason is too fastidious to content itself with specific solutions. Since there are no solutions which meet its demands, it is forced to rest content with insinuation, allusion, and metaphor. Habermas is not in agreement with the solutions to problems offered by his partners in discussion. That is his right. They themselves are not particularly satisfied with them. They are prepared to discuss alternatives if these are offered, and to respond to critical reactions insofar as arguments can be recognized in them. They do not suffer from that restriction of rationality to problems of positive science which Habermas frequently believes he has to impute to them, nor do they suffer under the restrictive interpretation of scientific knowledge which he makes the foundation of his critique. They do not see, in the positive sciences, simply the means of technical rationalization, but instead, in particular, a paradigm of critical rationality, a social realm in which the solution of problems using critical arguments was developed in a way which can be of great significance for other realms. 84 They believe, however, that they must meet the dialectics /vh Habermas favors with skepticism, among other reasons because, with its assistance, pure decisions can so easily be masked and dogmatized as KNO /v If he sets store by the elucidation of the connections between theory and practice, and not merely by their metaphorical paraphrase, then Habermas has sought out the false opponents, and a false ally, for dialectics will offer him not solutions, but simply masks under which lurk unsolved problems. Jürgen Habermas. A positivistic why. Bisected rationalism. Hans Albert has criticized an essay on the analytical theory of science and dialectics in which I took up a controversy which developed between Karl R. Popper and Theodor W. Adorno at the THEODOR working session of the German Sociological Association. Point 2. The strategy of mutually shrugging one's shoulders, which has been practiced up until now, is not exactly productive. For this reason, then, I welcome the existence of this polemic no matter how problematical its form. I shall restrict myself to its substance. Before entering into the discussion, I must make certain comments in order to establish agreement concerning the basis of our dispute. My criticism is not aimed at research practices in the exact empirical sciences, nor against those in behavioral scientific sociology, insofar as the latter exists. It is another question whether this can exist beyond the confines of small group research with a social psychological orientation. I1Y critique is exclusively directed at the positivistic interpretation of such research processes. For the false consciousness of a correct practice affects the latter. I do not dispute that the analytical theory of science has stimulated actual research and has helped to elucidate methodological judgments. At the same time, however, the positivistic self-understanding has restrictive effects. It silences any binding reflection beyond the boundaries of the empirical, analytical, and formal sciences. I reject this masked normative function of a false consciousness. According to positivistic prohibitive norms, whole problem areas would have to be excluded from discussion and relinquished to irrational attitudes, although, in my opinion, they are perfectly open to critical elucidation. Moreover, if those problems connected with the selection of standards and the influence of arguments on attitudes were inaccessible to critical discussion and had to be abandoned to arbitrary decisions, then the methodology of the empirical sciences themselves would be no less irrational. Since our chances of reaching agreement on contentious problems in a rational manner are in fact quite limited, I consider reservations of principle, which prevent us from exhausting these chances, to be dangerous. In order to guarantee the dimension of comprehensive rationality and to penetrate the illusion of positivistic barriers, I shall adopt what is really an old-fashioned course. I shall trust in the POWER of self-reflection. When we reflect on what happens in research processes, we realize that we move the whole time within a spectrum of rational discussion, which is broader than positivism regards as permissible. Albert isolates my arguments from the context of an imminent critique of Popper's view. Consequently, they become confused. Myself scarcely recognize them. What is more, Albert creates the impression that, with their help, I intend to introduce something approaching a new method alongside the already well-established methods of social scientific research. I have nothing of the sort in mind. I selected Popper's theory for discussion because he himself had already confirmed, in some measure, my doubts about positivism. Influenced by Russell and the early Wittgenstein, it was above all the Vienna circle around Moritz Schlick who had sketched out the now classic features of a theory of science. Within this tradition, Popper occupies a peculiar position. He is, on the one hand, a leading representative of the analytical theory of science and, as far back as the 1920s, he criticized, in a convincing manner, the empiricist presuppositions of this new positivism. Popper's critique concentrates on the first level of self-reflection of a positivism to which he remains bound insofar as he does not see through the objectivistic illusion which suggests that scientific theories represent facts. Popper does not reflect upon the technical cognitive interest of empirical sciences. What is more, he deliberately repulses pragmatic viewpoints. I am left with no alternative but to reconstruct the context of my arguments utilizing Popper's problems, a context which Albert distorts beyond recognition. In reformulating my previous critique in the light of Albert's strictures, I hope that, in its new form, it will give rise to fewer misunderstandings. The charge of misunderstanding, however, has already been leveled at me by Albert. In his opinion, I am mistaken on the following points. on the methodological role of experience, on the so-called basis problem, on the relationship between methodological and empirical statements, on the dualism of ACTs and standards. Furthermore, Albert asserts that the pragmatist interpretation of the empirical analytical sciences is erroneous. In the last analysis, he considers that the opposition between dogmatically fixed and rationally substantiated positions is a falsely posed alternative which has been made redundant by Popper's critical rationalism itself. I shall discuss these two objections in the context of those four misunderstandings, which I wish to resolve in that order. The reader may then decide on whose side they lay. I do not like encumbering a sociological journal with details of the theory of science, but we cannot carry on a discussion as long as we stand above matters instead of in their midst. The first misunderstanding relates to the methodological role of experience in the empirical analytical sciences. Albert rightly points out that experiences of diverse origin can intervene in theories regardless of whether they spring from the potential of everyday experience, from historically transmitted myths, or from spontaneous impressions. They literally have to fulfill the condition that they can be translated into relatable hypotheses. For the test itself, on the other hand, only a specific mode of experience is permitted, namely, sense experience, which is organized by experimental or analogous procedures. We also speak of systematic observation. I, for my part, have in no way questioned this inaux of unadhered experiences into the stream of imaginative leaps out of which hypotheses are created, nor would I fail to recognize the merits of test situations which organize sense experiences through replaceable tests. But if one does not wish to enthrone philosophical innocence at any price, the question must be permitted whether, through such a designation of the preconditions for testing, the possible meaning of the empirical validity of statements has not been established in advance. And if this is the case, one might ask what meaning of validity is thereby prejudiced. The experiential basis of the exact sciences is not independent of the standards which these sciences themselves attribute to experience. Apparently, the test procedure, which Albert suggests is the only legitimate one, is merely one amongst several. Moral feelings, privations and frustrations, crises in the individual's life history, changes in attitude in the course of reflection, all these mediate different experiences. Through corresponding standards they can be raised to the level of a validating instance. The transference situation existing between doctor and patient, which is utilized by the psychoanalyst, provides an example of this. I do not wish to compare the advantages and disadvantages of the various test procedures, instead, I simply wish to elucidate my questions. Albert is unable to discuss them because he calmly identifies tests with the possible testing of theories against experience in general. What I regard as a problem he continues to accept without discussion. This question interests me in connection with Popper's objections to the empiricist presuppositions of more recent positivism. Popper challenges the thesis of the manifest self-givenness of the existent in sense experience. The idea of an immediately attested reality, and of a manifest truth, has not withstood critical epistemological reflection. Since Kant's proof of the categorical elements of our perception, the claim of sense experience to be the 6nal chord of evidence has been dismissed. Hegel's critique of sense certainty, Peirce's analysis of perception incorporated in systems of action, Husserl's explication of pre-predicative experience, and Adorno's attack on first philosophy have all, from their various points of departure, proved that there is no such thing as immediate knowledge. The search for the primary experience of a manifest immediacy is in vain. Even the simplest perception is not only performed categorially by physiological apparatus, it is just as determined by previous experience, through what has been handed down, and what has been learned. Asby what is anticipated, through the horizon of expectations, and even of dreams and fears. Popper formulates this insight in the statement that observations always imply interpretations in the light of experiences made and knowledge acquired. More simply, empirical data are interpretations within the framework of previous theories. As a result, they themselves share the latter's hypothetical character. 3. Popper draws radical conclusions from this state of affairs. He reduces all knowledge to the level of assertions, of conjectures, with whose we hypothetically complete an insufficient experience and interpret our uncertainties concerning a concealed reality. Such assertions and conjectures are differentiated merely in the extent to which they may be tested. Even tested conjectures which are constantly subjected to rigorous tests do not attain the status of proven statements, they remain suppositions, admittedly of a kind that hitherto have withstood all attempts to eliminate them. In short, they are well-tried hypotheses. Empiricism, like the traditional critique of knowledge in general, attempts to justify the validity of exact knowledge by recourse to the sources of knowledge. Yet the sources of knowledge, pure thought, established tradition, and sense experience all lack authority. None of them can lay claim to immediate evidence and primary validity, and consequently to the power of legitimation. The sources of knowledge are always contaminated, the way their origins is barred to us. Hence the question of the source of knowledge must be replaced by the question of its validity. The demand for the verification of scientific statements is authoritarian because it makes the validity of statements dependent upon the false authority of the senses. Instead of inquiring after the legitimating origin of knowledge, we have to inquire after the method by means of which definitively false assertions can be discovered and apprehended amidst the mass of assertions which are, in principle, uncertain. 4. Popper carries this critique so far that it unintentionally makes even his own suggested solution problematical. Popper strips the origins of knowledge, enlisted in empiri-dst studies, of their false authority. He rightly discredits every form of primary knowledge. But even mistakes can only be falsified on the basis of criteria of validity. For their justification we must adduce arguments, but where, then, are we2look for these ifnoti in the very dimension not of the origin but of the formation of knowledge which has been ruled out? Otherwise, the standards of falsification remain arbitrary. Popper wants to sublate the origins of theories, namely, observations, thought and tradition alike, in favor of the method of testing which is to be the only way of measuring empirical validity. Unfortunately, however, this method, in its turn, can only be grounded by recourse to at least one of the sources of knowledge, to tradition, in fact to the tradition which Popper calls the critical tradition. It becomes clear that tradition is the independent variable upon which, in the final instance, thought and observations are just as dependent as the testing procedures, which are composed of thought and observations. Popper is too unhesitating in his trust in the autonomy of the experience which is organized in the testing procedure. He thinks that he can dismiss the question of standards in this procedure because, for all his criticism, he shares, in the last analysis, a deep-seated positivistic prejudice. He assumes the epistemological independence of facts from the theories which should descriptively grasp these facts and the relations between them. Accordingly, tests examine theories against independent facts. This thesis is the pivot of the residual positivistic problematic in Popper. Albert does not indicate that I might have succeeded in even making him aware of what is at issue here. On the one hand, Popper rightly counters empiricism with the objection that we can only apprehend and determine facts in the light of theories. 5. Moreover, he occasionally describes even facts as the common product of language and reality. 6. On the other hand, he assumes for protocol statements, which are dependent on a methodically secured organization of our experiences, a simple relationship of correspondence to the facts. Popper's adherence to the correspondence theory of truth does not seem to me to be consistent. This theory presupposes that facts exist in themselves, without taking into account that the meaning of the empirical validity of factual statements, and, indirectly, the meaning of theories in the empirical sciences too, is determined in advance by the definition of the testing conditions. It would instead be more meaningful to attempt a basic analysis of the connection between the theories of the empirical sciences and the so-called facts. For in this way, we would apprehend the framework of a prior interpretation of experience. At this level of reflection, it would seem obvious to apply the term facts only to the class of what can be experienced, a class which has been antecedently organized to test scientific theories. Then one would conceive of the facts as that which they are, namely, THEODOR. One would thus recognize the concept of facts in positivism as a fetish which merely grants to the mediated the illusion of immediacy. Popper does not complete the retreat into the transcendental dimension, but the consistency of his own critic leads in this direction. Popper's presentation of the basis problem shows as much. The second misunderstanding, of which A. Albert accuses me, refers to the so-called basis problem. Popper gives the name basic statements to those singular existential statements which lend themselves to the refutation of a law-like hypothesis expressed in the form of negative existential statements. Normally, these formulate the result of systematic observations. They mark the point of contact at which theories strike the basis of experience. Basic statements cannot, of course, rest upon experience without contact with it, for none of the universal expressions which occur in them could be verified, not even with the aid of a large number of observations. The acceptance or rejection of basic statements rests, in the last instance, on a decision, but the decisions are not made in an arbitrary fashion. Rather, they are made in accordance with rules. Such rules are only laid down institutionally, not logically. They encourage us to direct decisions of this sort towards an implicitly pre-understood goal, but they do not define it. We behave in this way in the course of everyday communication and also in the interpretation of texts. We have no choice when we move in a circle, and yet I not wish to forego explication. The basis problem reminds us that even applying formal theories to reality entangles us in a circle. I have learned of this circle from Popper. I did not invent it myself, as Albert seems to suppose. Even in Albert's own formulation, PR8R, it is not difficult to discover it. Popper explains it in a comparison of the research process with the process of trial by jury 7. A system of laws, regardless of whether we are dealing with a system of legal norms or empirical scientific hypotheses, cannot be applied unless agreement has previously been attained concerning the facts of the case to which the system should be applied. Through some kind of decision, the jurors agree which representation of a fatal occurrence they intend to approve. This corresponds to accepting a basic statement. The decision is more complicated, however, since the system of laws and the facts of the case are not given independently of one another. On the contrary, the facts of the case are even sought under categories of the system of laws. The comparison of the research process with the process of trial by jury is intended to make us aware of this circle which is inevitable when general rules are applied. The analogy between this procedure and that by which we decide basic statements is clear. It throws light, for example, upon their relativity, and the way in which they depend upon questions raised by the theory. In the case of the trial by jury, it would be clearly impossible to apply the theory unless there is first a verdict arrived at by decision, yet the verdict has to be found in a procedure that conforms to, and thus applies, Part of the General Legal Code. The case is analogous to that of basic statements. Their acceptance is part of the application of a theoretical system, and it is only this application which makes any further applications of the theoretical system possible. 8. What does this circle resulting when theories are applied to reality signify? I think that the area of the empirical is established in advance by means of theoretical assumptions concerning a certain structure, in combination with a certain type of testing conditions. Such things as experimentally established facts, upon which empirical scientific theories could founder, are only constituted in a prior context of the interpretation of possible experience. This context is produced in an interplay of argumentative discourse and experimental action. The combination is organized with a view to controlling predictions. An implicit pre-understanding of the rules of the game guides the discussion of the investigators when they are deciding whether to accept basic statements for the circle within which they inevitably move. when they apply theories to what has been observed, refers them to a dimension in which rational discussion is only possible with the assistance of hermeneutics. The demand for controlled observation as the basis for decisions concerning the empirical plausibility of law-like hypotheses presupposes a pre-understanding of definite rules. It is certainly not sufficient to know the specific aim of an investigation and the relevance of an observation for certain assumptions. Instead, the meaning of the research process as a whole must be understood before I can know to what the empirical validity of basic statements is related, just as the judge must always have grasped the meaning of judicature as such. The quaestio facti must be determined with reference to a quaestio juris understood in its immanent claims. In legal proceedings, this question is prominent in everyone's mind. The whole affair revolves around the question of an offense against general prohibitive norms, positively set down and sanctioned by the state. But, what does the quaestio juris look like in the research process? How is the empirical validity of basic statements measured in this case? The form of propositional systems and the type of testing conditions which are used to measure their validity, suggest the pragmatist interpretation, namely, that empirical scientific theories reveal reality under the guiding interest in the possible informative safeguarding and extension of feedback-regulated action. Popper himself provides clues to this interpretation in his own work. Empirical scientific theories are significant in that they permit the derivation of universal propositions concerning the covariance of empirical quantities. We develop such law-like hypotheses in anticipation of law-like regularity itself, without being able to justify empirically such anticipation. This methodical anticipation of possible empirical uniformity, however, responds to the elementary requirements of behavioral stability. Feedback-regulated actions can only be secured for a long period of time if they are guided by information as to empirical uniformities. In addition, this information must be capable of translation into expectations of behavioral regularity under given conditions. The pragmatist interpretation refers the logical general to general behavioral expectations. Viewed pragmatically, the disjunction between universal propositions, on the one hand, and the, in principle, finite set of observations and the corresponding singular existential statements, on the other hand, can be explained by the structure of feedback-regulated action, which always allows itself to be guided by anticipations of behavioral regularity. 9. This interpretation, according to which the empirical analytical sciences allow themselves to be guided by a technical cognitive interest, enjoys the advantage of taking account of Popper's critique of empiricism, without sharing a weakness of his falsification theory. For how is our uncertainty in principle about the truth of scientific information to accord with its generally varied and quite permanent technical utilization? Certainly, by the time that knowledge of empirical uniformities is incorporated into technical productive forces and becomes the basis of a scientific civilization, the evidence of everyday experience and of a permanent regulated feedback is overwhelming. Logical misgivings are unable to assert themselves against the plebiscite of functioning technical systems, a plebiscite which is renewed daily. However great the weight of Popper's objections to verificationism, his own alternative thus seems less plausible, since it is only an alternative under the positivistic presupposition of a correspondence between statements and actual states of affairs. The moment we abandon this supposition, and take technique in its widest sense seriously as a socially institutionalized regulatory system which, in accordance with its methodical meaning, is designed to be technically utilizable, one can conceive of another form of verification. The latter is exempt from Popper's objections and concurs, in fact, with our pre-scientific experiences. All the assumptions, then, are empirically true which can guide feedback-regulated action without having been previous. Why rendered problematic through errors experimentally striven for Jo Albert imagines that by referring to Popper's criticism of instrumentalism he is released from any argument of his own against my interpretation, which he does not even reproduce. But I do not really need to answer his criticism since it is directed against theses which I do not expound. In the first instance, Popper concentrates on the thesis that theories are instruments. L1 Here he can easily counter that rules of technical application must be tried out, whilst scientific information must be tested. The logical relationships in the case of suitability tests for instruments and the testing of theories are not symmetrical instruments cannot be refuted. The pragmatic interpretation which I wish to give to empirical analytical sciences, does not include this form of instrumentalism. It is not the theories themselves which are instruments but rather that their information is technically utilizable. Even from a pragmatic viewpoint the failures, whereby law-like hypotheses found under experimental conditions, possess the character of refutations. The hypotheses refer to empirical regularities, they determine the horizon of expectation of feedback-regulated action, and consequently can be falsified by disappointed expectations of success. Yet the law-like hypotheses, in their methodical sense, refer to experiences which are constituted exclusively in the functional sphere of such action. Technical recommendations for a rationalized choice of means under given ends cannot be derived from scientific theories merely at a later stage, and as if by chance. But these theories themselves are not therefore technical implements. This is possibly true in a figurative sense. Technical utilization of knowledge is, of course, in no way intended in the research process. Actually, in many cases, it is even excluded. Nevertheless, with the structure of propositions, restricted prognosis concerning observable behavior, and with the type of testing conditions, imitation of the control of the results of action which is built naturally into systems of societal labor, a methodical decision has been taken in advance concerning the technical utility of empirical scientific information. Similarly, the realm of possible experience is prejudiced, namely, that realm to which hypotheses refer and upon which they can founder. The descriptive value of scientific information cannot be disputed, but it is not to be understood in such a way that theories represent facts and relations between facts. The descriptive content is only valid with reference to prognosis for feedback-regulated actions in predictable situations. All the answers which the empirical sciences can supply are relative to the methodical significance of the questions they raise and nothing more. No matter how trivial this restriction may be, it contradicts the illusion of pure theory which has been preserved in positivistic self-understanding. L2. The third misunderstanding to which, according to Albert, I have succumbed, refers to the relationship between methodological and empirical statements. He finds me guilty of a particularly crass positivism since I do not forego empirical arguments in methodological contexts and thereby confound in an unacceptable manner the logic of inquiry with the sociology of knowledge. After Moore and Husserl, from different standpoints, had effected the strict division between logical and psychological studies, and, in so doing, had reinstated the old Kantian insight, even the positivists broke with their naturalism. Influenced in the meantime by the advances which had been made in formal logic, Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle made the dualism of statements and states of affairs the basis of their linguistic analyses. Since then, it has not been possible to lump together naively questions of genesis with those of validity. Presumably Albert wished to draw attention to this triviality. Once again, in so doing, he chose not touch upon the questions I raised J. For I am interested in the following peculiar state of affairs, namely, that, despite this clear distinction, non-deductive relationships between formal and empirical statements are produced precisely in the methodology of the empirical sciences and in the dimension of scientific criticism. The logic of science possesses an element of the empirical precisely in that sector in which the truth of empirical scientific theories should prove itself. For criticism, even in Popper's sense, cannot be fitted in an axiomatized form into the formal sciences. Criticism is the unreserved discussion of propositions. It employs all available techniques of refutation. Such a technique is a juxtaposition of hypotheses to the results of systematic observation. Though test results find a place in critical discussion, they do not constitute criticism. Criticism is not a method of testing, it is this test itself as discussion. On the other hand, the dimension in which critical discussion of the validity of theories is made is not that of the theories themselves. For not only do statements and their logical relations find a place in criticism, but so also do empirical attitudes, which are influenced with the aid of arguments. Albert can of course rule out, by means of a postulate, that we consider in any way a connection which is neither completely logical nor completely empirical. In so doing, he would at most evade a discussion which should like to develop in order to elucidate the question whether such a postulate can be justified for the realm of meta-theoretical discussion. Rather, it seems to me that there is reason to repeat Hegel's critique of Kant's division between the transcendental and empirical realms in the form of a contemporary critique of the division between the logical, methodological and the empirical realms. In both cases the critique is far removed from ignoring the distinctions mentioned, rather, it uses them as a starting point. Reflection on what Popper himself does, makes us aware of the peculiar form of meta-theoretical discussions in so far as they advance beyond linguistic analysis. On the one hand, Popper pursues the immanent critique of given theories and, in so doing, employs the systematic comparison of logically compelling deductions. On the other hand, he develops alternative solutions, he makes suggestions of his own and attempts to support them with arguments. In this case, he cannot confine himself to the verification of deductive connections. Rather, his interpretation is aimed at critically altering old attitudes, of making new standards of judgment plausible and ne/v normative points of view acceptable. This takes place in the hermeneutical form of argumentation which evades the rigid monologues of deductive systems of propositions. It sets standards for critical discussion as such. This is revealed in every choice between possible techniques of inquiry, between several theoretical starting points, between various definitions of basic predicates. It is revealed in decisions as to the linguistic framework within which I express a given problem and form its hypothetical solutions. A choice of standards is constantly repeated, as is the attempt to support this choice through suitable arguments. Morton White has shown that, even at the highest level, meta-theoretical discussions remain bound to this form of argumentation. Even the distinction between categorical and non-categorical being, between analytic and synthetic statements, between descriptive and emotive contents, between logical rules and law-like regularities, between controlled observation and moral experience, even these fundamental distinctions, upon which exact empirical science rests, are in no way exempt from discussion. They presuppose criteria which do not result from reality itself, that is, criticizable standards which, in their turn, cannot be strictly substantiated by arguments but can be supported or weakened by them. White makes the attempt which Popper neglects, the attempt to examine the logical relations of this non-deductive form of argumentation. He demonstrates that methodological decisions are quasi-moral decisions and, as a result, can only be justified in discussion of the kind familiar from the old topics and rhetorics. For neither the conventionalistic nor the naturalistic interpretation does justice to the choice of methodological rules. Critical argumentation differs from deductive argumentation in progressing beyond the dimension of the logical connection of statements and includes a moment which transcends language attitudes or outlooks. A logical relationship of implication between outlooks and statements is impossible. Attitudes cannot be deduced from statements nor, vice versa, statements from attitudes. Nevertheless, agreement upon a mode of procedure and the acceptance of a rule can be supported or weakened by arguments. At any rate, it can be rationally considered and judged. This is the task of critique with reference to both practical and meta-theoretical decisions. Since the supporting or weakening arguments do not stand in a strictly logical relation to the statements which express the application of standards, but instead only in a relation of rational motivation, meta-theoretical discussions can also include empirical propositions. However, the relation between arguments and attitudes does not, in this way, itself become an empirical one. It can be taken as such, as for instance in a testing or experiment on change of attitude, but then the argumentation would be reduced to the level of observable language behavior, and the moment of rational validity, which forms part of every motivation, would be suppressed. Popper does not consider that a rationalization of attitude is out of the question. This form of argumentation is the only possible one for tentatively justifying decisions. Yet since it is never conclusive, he considers it to be unscientific in comparison with logical deduction. He prefers the certainty of descriptive knowledge, a certainty guaranteed by the deductive combination of theories and the empirical constraint of facts. Yet even the interplay of statements and experiences of this particular type presupposes standards which require justification. Popper evades this objection by insisting on the irrationality of the decision which precedes the application of his critical method. According to him, the rationalistic attitude consists in the willingness to decide upon the acceptance of theories on the basis of experiences and arguments. It cannot, however, be grounded either through arguments or through experiences. Certainly it cannot be justified in the sense of a deductive proof, but it can in the form of a supporting argumentation. Popper himself, in fact, makes use of it at some length. He explains every critical attitude in terms of certain philosophical traditions. He analyzes the empirical presuppositions and consequences of scientific criticism. He examines its functions within the given structure of public political life. In fact, his methodology as a whole is a critical justification of criticism itself. It may be that this non-deductive justification is unsatisfactory for a logical absolutism. However, no other form of justification is known to scientific criticism which goes beyond an immanent critique and tests methodological decisions. Popper terms the critical attitude a belief in reason. Therefore he claims, the problem of rationalism does not consist of the choice between knowledge and faith but rather in a choice between two sorts of faith. But, he adds paradoxically, the new problem is which faith is the right one and which the wrong one. 14 He does not totally reject non-deductive justification, but he believes that he can avoid its problematical combination of logical and empirical relations if he forgoes a justification of criticism as if the Black Peter were not already present in the criticism itself. Albert saddles me with the onus of proof for the problem of Foundationsbegründungsproblem. He seems to assume that all problems are resolved for him with the abstention of rationalism from the problem of self-foundation Selbstbegründung. Apparently, he draws up on William W. Bartley, who attempted to demonstrate conclusively the possibility of such an abstention. L5 However, it seems to me that this attempt was not successful. Bartley starts out from the assumption that, for logical reasons, a deductive self-foundation of rationalism is out of the question. Instead, he discusses the possibility of a critical philosophy. Criticismus, which does in fact accept every proposition which can be rationally grounded, but not exclusively such propositions. He holds no views which cannot be accountable to criticism, but neither does he demand that all views, including the critical attitude itself, be rationally grounded. Is this view still tenable, however, when logically the conditions of critical testing are themselves exposed to criticism? Bartley neither questions the standards according to which experience is organized in test situations, nor does he pose sufficiently radically the question of the sphere of validity of deductive justifications. For by means of a stipulation, he exempts from criticism all those standards which we must presuppose in order to criticize. He introduces a so-called revisibility criterion, namely, whatever is presupposed by the argument revisibility situation is not itself revisable within that situation. 1b We cannot accept this criterion. It is introduced in order to secure the argumentation, but it would stifle argumentation in the very dimension in which the latter's peculiar achievement is revealed, namely, in the subsequent revision of previously applied standards. Something approaching critical justification consists precisely in the fact that it produces a non-deductive connection between selected standards and empirically secured propositions. Consequently, it also supports or weakens attitudes by means of arguments which, for their part, are first found within the sphere of these attitudes. As soon as it progresses beyond the verification of deductive systems, argumentation takes a reflexive course. It employs standards which it can only reflect upon in their applications. Argumentation differs from mere deduction by always subjecting the principles, according to which it proceeds, to discussion. To this extent, criticism cannot be restricted in advance to conditions which form the framework of possible criticism. What can pass as criticism always has to be determined on the basis of criteria which are only found, elucidated, and possibly revised again in the process of criticism. This is the dimension of comprehensive rationality which, although incapable of a final grounding Letztbegründung, develops in a circle of REFLs of self-justification. Bartley's unconditional rationalism makes too many reservations. He does not recognize criticism as the sole and ultimate horizon within which the validity of theories about reality is determined. As a makeshift, we can conceive of criticism which cannot be defined because the standards of rationality can only be explained within criticism itself as a process which, in a domination-free discussion, includes a progressive resolution of disagreement. Such a discussion is guided by the idea of a general and unconstrained consensus amongst those who participate in it. Here, agreement should not reduce the idea of truth to observable behavior. Rather, the categories, with whose help agreement can be achieved in each case, are themselves dependent upon the process which we interpret as a process for achieving consensus. The idea of agreement does not therefore exclude the distinction between true and false consensus, but this truth cannot be so defined that future revision is ruled outp Albert objects that I presuppose as a fact something resembling a rational discussion in methodological contexts, p. 193. I presuppose it as a fact since we always find ourselves in a communication which is intended to lead to agreement Verständigung. At the same time, however, this empirical fact possesses a distinctive feature, namely, a transcendental precondition. Only in discussion can agreement on the standards be reached on the basis of which we differentiate facts from mere specters. The discarded link between formal and empirical statements attempts to do justice to a context in which methodological questions can no longer be meaningfully separated from questions of communication. The fourth misunderstanding with which Albert charges me relates to the dualism of facts and decisions. This can be elucidated on the basis of the difference between natural laws and cultural norms. Assumptions about empirical regularities can decisively founder on the facts, whilst the choice of standards can at most be supported critically by additional arguments. One can easily differentiate a realm of scientifically reliable information from that realm of practical knowledge which we only secure through a hermeneutic form of argument. I want to question this optimistic distinction, which is traditionally termed the separation between science and ethics. For, on the one hand, theoretical knowledge, which has been proven against facts is constituted within a normative framework which is capable of a critical but not of a deductive empirical justification. On the other hand, the critical discussion of standards certainly involves empirical considerations, that is, recourse to so-called facts. A critique which creates a rational connection between attitudes and arguments forms the comprehensive dimension of science itself. Even theoretical knowledge can be no more certain than can critical knowledge. Yet again, the misunderstanding appears to result from Albert having in no way apprehended my intention. I do not deny the distinction between facts and standards. I merely ask whether the positivistic distinction, which permits a dualism of facts and decisions, and correspondingly a dualism of propositions and proposals, that is, a dualism of descriptive and normative knowledge, is an appropriate one. In the appendix to the OP and Society 18, Popper develops the asymmetrical relation between standards and facts. Through the decision to accept a proposal, at least tentatively, we create the corresponding standard, at least tentatively, yet through the decision to accept a proposition we do not create the corresponding fact. Point 19. I should like to examine this relation in more detail. We can discuss proposals and statements. Yet the discussion entailed no more produces the standards than it does the facts. Rather, in the first case, it draws upon arguments in order to justify or contest the act of accepting standards. Such arguments can include empirical considerations. But these, for their part, are not under discussion. In the second case, the reverse occurs. Here it is not the choice of standards which is under discussion, but their application to a state of affairs. The discussion draws upon arguments in order to justify or contest the act of incorporating a basic statement with reference to a given hypothesis. These arguments include methodological considerations. Their principles, however, are not under discussion in this case. The critique of an empirical scientific hypothesis and the critical discussion of the choice of a standard is not symmetrical. Yet this is not because the logical structure of THE 91 discussion is different in the two cases, it is the same. Popper terminates this reflection by reference to the correspondence theory of truth. Ultimately, the dualism of facts and standards is based upon the assumption that, independent of discussions, there exists something resembling facts and relations between facts to which propositions can correspond. Popper denies that the facts themselves are only constituted in combination with the standards of systematic observation or controlled experience. Insofar as we intend true propositions, we always know that their truth is measured against a correspondence of propositions and facts. In the following manner, Popper meets the obvious objection that this concept of truth necessarily implies that the criterion or the standard or the definition has been introduced which itself must be exposed to critical discussion. It is decisive to realize that knowing what truth means, or under what conditions a statement is called true, is not the same as, and must be clearly distinguished from, possessing a means of deciding a criterion for deciding whether a given statement is true or false. 20 We must forego a criterion, a definable standard of truth. We cannot define truth, but, nevertheless, we understand in each individual case what we intend when we test the truth of a proposition. I believe that it is the demand for a criterion of truth which has made so many people feel that the question what is truth is unanswerable. But the absence of a criterion of truth does not render the notion of truth non-significant any more than the absence of a criterion of health renders the notion of health non-significant. A sick man may seek health even though he has no criterion for it. 21 In this passage, Popper makes use of the hermeneutic insight that we understand the meaning of statements from the context even before we can define individual terms and apply a general standard. Anyone familiar with the business of hermeneutics would certainly not conclude that we intend the meaning of such terms and statements without any standard at all. Rather, the understanding which guides interpretation prior to any definition. Even Popper's interpretation of truth always includes standards implicitly. The justification of these prior standards is not really excluded, instead, it is the abstention from a definition which permits a continuous self-correction of the diffuse pre-understanding in the progress of the explication of the texts in hand. The interpretation throws the light of a growing understanding from the text back onto the standards through which it was initially made accessible. With the adaptation of the originally employed standards, the hermeneutic course of exegesis also provides their own justification. The standards and the descriptions which they permit when applied to the text still stand in a dialectical relationship. It is just the same with the standard of a truth based on correspondence. It is only the definition of standards and the establishment of criteria which tears apart the standards and the descriptions which make them possible. It is only they which create a deductive connection which excludes a retrospective correction of the standards through the object measured. Only at this point does the critical discussion of standards free itself from theory usage. Yet standards are also used implicitly before a critical justification on the meta-theoretical level is differentiated from the object level of applied standards. For this reason, Popper does not manage to evade the dialectical connection between descriptive, postulatory, and critical statements by reference to the correspondence concept of truth. Even this concept of truth, which allows such strict differentiation between standards and facts, is, no matter how implicitly we orientate ourselves by it, still in its turn a standard which requires critical justification. A critical discussion, regardless of whether it concerns the acceptance of proposals or propositions, includes a threefold usage of language: the descriptive, in order to describe states of affairs; the postulatory, in order to establish rules of procedure; and the critical, in order to justify such decisions. Logically, these forms of speech mutually presuppose each other. The descriptive usage is in no way limited to a certain class of facts. The postulatory usage covers the establishment of norms, standards, criteria, and definitions of all types, no matter whether practical, logical, or methodological rules are involved. The critical usage employs arguments for considering, evaluating, judging, and justifying the choice of standards. It includes, therefore, language transcendent outlooks and attitudes in the discussion. No proposition concerning reality is capable of a rational test without the explication of a connection between arguments and attitudes. Descriptions, not independent of standards which are used, and standards rest upon attitudes which are in need of justification through supporting arguments, but which are, at the same time, incapable of deduction from assertions. If attitudes are altered under the influence of arguments, then such a motivation apparently combines illogically in complete constraint with an empirical one. The only constraint of this sort originates in the POWER of reflection, which breaks the power of the unpenetrated by rendering it conscious. Emancipatory insight translates logical constraint into empirical constraint. This is achieved by critique. The latter overcomes the dualism of facts and standards, and in this way, first produces the continuum of a rational discussion which otherwise would degenerate immediately into arbitrary decisions and deductions. As soon as we discuss a problem at all with the aim of reaching a consensus rationally and without constraint, we find ourselves in a dimension of comprehensive rationality which embraces as its moments-long gauge and action, statements, and attitudes. Critique is always the transition from one moment to another. It is, if I may put it like this, an empirical fact in a transcendental role of which we become aware in the execution of criticism. It can also, of course, be repressed and disguised from that moment on in which, with the definition of the initially implicitly applied standards, a language-immanent realm of logical relations is freed from living reflection. This repression is expressed in Popper's critique of Hegel. To transcend this dualism of facts and standards is the decisive aim of Hegel's philosophy of identity, the identity of the ideal and the real, of right and might. All standards are historical. They are historical facts, stages in the development of reason, which is the same as the development of the ideal and of the real. There is nothing but fact, and some of the social or historical facts are, at the same time, standards. 22. Nothing was further removed from Hegel's mind than this metaphysical positivism which Popper counters with the insight of logical positivism that statements and states of affairs belong to different spheres. Hegel in no way reduced the logical and empirical, the criteria of validation and factual relations, the normative and the descriptive to the level of historical facts. However, he did not negate the experience of critical consciousness, namely, that reflection also holds together the well-separated moments. The critique moves from the argument to the attitude, and from the attitude to the argument, and acquires, in this movement, the comprehensive rationality which, in the natural hermeneutics of everyday language, is still, as it were, naturally at work. In the sciences, however, this rationality must be re-established between the now separated moments of formalized language and objectivized experience by means of critical discussion. Only because this criticism relates chosen standards non-deductively to empirical states of affairs, and can measure one moment against another, is the statement correct which according to Popper's own presuppositions would be untenable, namely, that we can learn, by our mistakes and by criticism, and that we can learn in the realm of standards as well as in the realm of facts. 23. Albert seizes upon a series of questions, polemicizes and lets them drop again. I cannot discover any principle behind this sequence. I have attempted to clear up 4 fundamental misunderstandings in order to create a basis of agreement upon which further problems, for instance, the role of historical reflection, the postulate of value freedom, or the position of the critique of ideology could be discussed without linguistic confusion. Now, I believe, my intention will no longer be open to misunderstanding. In opposition to positivism, I should like to justify the view that the research process, which is carried out by human subjects, belongs to the objective context which itself constitutes the object of cognition, by virtue of cognitive acts. The dimension in which this combination of the research process with the social life process is formed belongs neither to the sphere of facts nor to that of theories. It stands apart from this dualism, which only has meaning for empirical scientific theories. Rather, in the comprehensive communicative context of scientific criticism, one moment links itself to another. I would say, in old-fashioned language, that the transcendental preconditions of possible knowledge are here created under empirical conditions. As a result, neither the sociology of knowledge nor a pure methodology are sufficiently appropriate at this level of reflection. Their combination, which used to be called the critique of ideology, is more appropriate. I do not use this expression, for I do not wish the present discussion to cover all randomly situated interests. I am concerned with knowledge-guiding interests which, in each case, form the basis for a whole research system. In contrast to positivistic self-understanding, I should like to point out the connection of the empirical analytical sciences with the technical cognitive interest. But this has nothing to do with denunciation, as Albert insinuates. It has quite escaped Albert's notice that it is far from my intention to criticize empirical analytical research itself. He imagines that I wish to play off the methods of understanding against those of explanation. On the contrary, I regard as abortive, even reactionary, the attempts which characterized the old methodological dispute, namely, attempts to set up barriers from the outset in order to protect whole sectors from the clutches of a certain type of research. It would be a poor dialectician who immunized himself in this way. Naturally, reflection upon cognitive interests is not without consequences. It makes us aware of attitudes upon which fundamental decisions concerning the methodological framework of whole research systems are dependent. Only in this way, do we learn to know what we are doing, only in this way, do we know what, when we do something, we can learn. We become aware, for instance, of the fact that empirical analytical research produces technically utilizable knowledge, but not knowledge which makes possible a hermeneutical elucidation of the self-understanding of acting subjects. So far, sociology has primarily and by no means in an unproblematic manner assisted the self-reflection of social groups in given historical situations. It cannot escape this today, not even where it has professed its intention to provide mere information on empirical regularities of social behavior. I agree with Albert that in our discipline we ought to devote all efforts to acquiring more and better information of this kind. I do not agree with him that we could, should, or even must restrict ourselves to this. I shall not examine here the reason why in this country sociology has taken over the role of a historically orientated theory of society, whilst other social sciences were free from this burden and have therefore made faster progress within the limits of an exact empirical science. But what would it be like if a successful, positivistic, scientific strategy were able to reject this task completely and banish it to the vestibules of scientific discussion? For in the hands of the positivists, the critique of ideology serves this purpose. It concerns itself with cleansing the practical consciousness of social groups of those theories which cannot be reduced to technically utilizable knowledge, and yet defends their theoretical claims. How would it be then if this purge were feasible and were successfully carried out? Under the conditions of reproduction of an industrial society, individuals who only possessed technically utilizable knowledge, and who were no longer in a position to expect a rational enlightenment of themselves nor of the aims behind their action, would lose their identity. Since the power of myth cannot be broken positivistically, their demythologized world would be full of demons. I fully accept the risk of this language. It belongs to a sphere of experience which is in no way reserved for a clairvoyant elite. However, I do have to admit that the power of imagination is only formed in contact with traditions which one initially acquires and does not immediately immerse oneself in. The possibility of rational agreement even in this dimension can be verified by reading a recently published book by Klaus Heinrich. 24 A Sociology, which restricted itself in its critical intention to empirical analytical research, would only be in a position to examine the self-preservation and self-destruction of social systems in the sphere of pragmatically successful adjustment processes, and would have to deny other dimensions. Within sociology as a strict behavioral science, questions relating to the self-understanding of social groups cannot be formulated. Yet they are not meaningless on that count, nor are they beyond binding discussion. They arise objectively from the fact that the reproduction of social life not only poses technically soluble questions, instead, it includes more than the processes of adaptation along the lines of the purposive rational use of means. Socialized individuals are only sustained through group identity, which contrasts with animal societies which must be constantly built up, destroyed and formed anew. They can only secure their existence through processes of adaptation to their natural environment, and through readaptation to the system of social labor insofar as they mediate their metabolism with nature by means of an extremely precarious equilibrium of individuals amongst themselves. The material conditions for survival are most closely bound up with the most sublime conditions. Organic equilibrium is bound up with the distorted balance between separation and unification. Only in this balance, through communication with others, is the identity of each ego established. A failing identity for people attempting to assert themselves, and an unsuccessful communication between those talking to one another, are both self-destructive. This ultimately has physical effects. In the individual sphere, these are familiar in the form of psychosomatic disturbances. The dismembered life histories reflect the dismembered reality of institutions. We are acquainted with the painful processes of constantly renewing our identity from Hegel's phenomenology of I/1 as well as from Freud's psychoanalysis. The problem of an identity which can only be produced through identifications, and that means solely through externalizing identity, is at the same time the problem of communication, which makes possible the happy balance between silent, isolated existence and silent estrangement, between the sacrificing of individuality and the isolation of abstract individual persons. Everyone repeats such experiences of impending loss of identity and the silting up of verbal communication in the crises of his life history. Yet they are no more real than the collective experiences in the history of the species, which the total societal subjects have made for themselves in their confrontation with nature. Questions concerning this realm of experience, because they cannot be answered by technically utilizable information, are not capable of explanation by empirical analytical research. Nevertheless, since its beginnings in the 18th century, sociology tried to discuss these very questions. In so doing, it cannot do without historically orientated interpretations, nor, apparently, can it evade a form of communication under the spell of which alone these problems pose themselves. I refer to the dialectical network of a communicative context in which individuals develop their fragile identity between the dangers of reification and formlessness. This is the empirical core of the logical form of identity. In the evolution of consciousness, the problem of identity presents itself as a problem of survival and, at the same time, of reflection. From here dialectical philosophy once developed. In the shirt-sleeved world picture of many a positivist, dialectics plays the part of a bogeyman. For others, who occasionally become aware of the fact that they lapse into dialectical trains of thought, dialectics only expresses the fact that we think and are able to think when, according to the traditional rules of logical inference, we really should not be able to do so. In dialectics, thought does not become entangled because it scorns the rules of formal logic but because it clings to them in a particularly stubborn manner even on the level of self-reflection, rather than breaking off reflection at this point. The self-reflection of the strict empirical sciences, in my opinion, strikes a cautionary note as far as positivistic expectations are concerned. It includes the realization that our theories do not simply describe reality. On the other hand, it does not permit itself to be discouraged by definitions from explaining such connections which, according to the demarcations upon which for good reason empirical scientific analysis is based, should not exist. Given these points of departure, a discussion between positivists and those who are not ashamed of dialectical trains of thought has its moments of treachery. Nevertheless, since both parties are convinced of the unity of human reason, as well as of the possibility of a consensus achieved in a rational manner and, in addition, do not intentionally deny the comprehensive rationality of an unreserved criticism, it is possible for them to carry on a discussion. In so doing, however, both parties pursue a different strategy. Albert accuses me of a quite unscientific strategy. He calls it immunization and masking. If one considers that I subject to discussion the very conditions of validation themselves /es upon /v whose exclusiveness Albert insists, then neither description seems particularly meaningful to me. I should prefer to talk of a flanking strategy. You have to make it clear to the positivist that you have already taken up a position behind his back. I have no idea whether this is a sympathetic manner in which to proceed, but, at any rate, it was dictated to me by the course of the discussion. Albert's objections rest on presuppositions which, in their turn, I have questioned. Albert's strategy 25, on the other hand, I could characterize, with a certain symmetry to his accusation of obscurantism, as one of pretending to be stupid. One refuses to understand what the other person is saying. This strategy, intended to force the opponent to accept one's own language, is several centuries old and has been extraordinarily successful since the days of Bacon. The advances of the exact science rest, to a large extent, upon translating traditional questions into a new language. They find no answer to questions which they themselves have not. 2.6 I do not wish to include here Albert's slip which creeps in on pages 188f. I do not imagine that Albert makes a commonplace anti-communism a part of his strategy. Formulated. Yet, on the other hand, this very same strategy becomes a formidable hindrance if one wishes to discuss the status of such research as a whole. The systematic pretense of inability to understand dries up a discussion, since any discussion must always move within the compass of a pre-understanding which is mutually taken for granted. In this way, one promotes an ethnocentricity of scientific subcultures which destroys the candor of scientific criticism. The accusation of unintelligibility belongs to this context. In so far as this touches me as an empirical subject, I take it repentantly to heart. But in so far as it is aimed at a structure of thought and expression, it requires explanation. Understanding is a two-sided relationship. Whilst carrying out my required reading of ingenious positivistic studies, I have had the painful experience of not immediately, understanding a great deal. I attributed the difficulty to my defective learning processes and not to the unintelligibility of the texts. I would not venture to exclude altogether the impression that the same thing could happen the other way round with someone who quotes Hegel at second hand. I speak here of tradition with regard to learning processes which it makes possible, and not in the anticipation of authorities to which a descent could be traced back. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that Popper's works belong to the series of great philosophical theories, because he still maintains learned acquaintance with traditions which many a member of his retinue hardly knows even by name. A critical illumination of dialectical digressions. Amongst positivists, one whose laughter is dispelled by such perspectives. Jürgen Habermas, Theo and Practice. In his reply 1 to my critique 2, Jürgen Habermas attempts to reformulate his objections to Karl Popper's critical rationalism so as to avoid the misunderstandings produced by the essays which I criticized. His arguments in the present reply, however, could not convince me either that I had misunderstood him up till now, or that his objections hold good. I can hardly contest his impression that I have isolated his arguments from the context of an imminent critique of Popper's views, and that, in this way, they have become so confused that he can scarcely recognize them. I took pains to reconstruct his arguments in such a manner that the reader could recognize what I was answering, and now I can only trust that anyone interested in this discussion will see for himself, by comparing the texts, whether this reproof is justified. For my part, however, I have gained the impression that, in his reply, Habermas has not only reformulated his existing critique but has altered its contents in quite important respects. Be that as it may, I too prefer open controversy to the strategy of mutually shrugging one's shoulders and, like Habermas, I am prepared to forego discussion of questions of form. Despite our opposing views, interest in critical discussion seems to unite us. In his preliminary remarks, Habermas Ln. attaches importance to the fact that his critique is not aimed at research practices in the exact empirical sciences but rather at their positivistic interpretation. This is interesting because Karl Popper, whose views Habermas criticizes, also puts forward arguments against such an interpretation. But in order to implement his critique of Popper, Habermas must insinuate that in basic respects Popper must be incorporated into the positivist tradition. The solution of such problems of incorporation depends on demarcations which can be made in a variety of ways. Point 3 This means that an unequivocal answer cannot be expected. The crucial point here, ever, would be proof that the specific objections which Habermas raises against the representatives of this philosophical tradition can also be made against Popper. Further, that the general reproach concerning a restriction of critical thought seems to be Habermas' central objection and is expressed even in the title of his reply also applies to Popper. Habermas asserts that positivistic self understanding has restrictive effects, it silences any binding reflection beyond the boundaries of the empirical analytical, and formal, sciences. Point 4 He goes on to speak of positivistic prohibitive norms according to which whole problem areas would have to be excluded from discussion and relinquished to irrational attitudes. In this context, he draws attention to those problems connected with the selection of standards and the influence of arguments on attitudes. As far as I am aware, such limitations, prohibitive norms and reservations in principle are certainly not to be found in Popper, nor can such assertions be maintained as far as the present-day representatives of positivism in the narrow sense are concerned. Point 5 Habermas refers to my representation of his view and claims that I insinuated that, by his arguments, he intended to introduce something approaching a new method alongside the already well-established methods of social scientific research, even though he claims that de facto he had nothing of the sort in mind. 6 I do not wish to decide in what sense Habermas' suggestion represents a counter-proposal to Popper's philosophy of science and can be described as a new method. In any case, my objections are directed against the alleged superiority of Habermas' for solving problems which cannot be solved with Popper's conception. Whether or not one is willing to call that Habermas offers a new method, he does at least indicate the basic features of a methodological conception for a dialectical social science, which claims to overcome the limitations of a social science fashioned after Popper's views. In my above-mentioned essay, I undertook to subject this methodological conception to criticism and to test its claims. I do not feel that this was sufficiently taken into account in Habermas' reply. In this reply, one finds not so much an attempt to support the claims of the dialectical conception with reference to the social sciences as an attempt to utilize the results of neopragmatism for a critique of Popper's rationalism. Certainly, Habermas' critique of Popper proves considerably milder than does his critique of my view. Here he seeks to locate basic misunderstandings not only with respect to his own conception but, moreover, with regard to Popper's. I shall now turn to the details of his attempt to clarify my misunderstandings. 7. My first misunderstanding, according to Habermas, relates to the methodological role of experience in the empirical sciences. In this respect it seems to me that he represents the situation under discussion in a peculiar manner. In fact, he represents it in such a way that it seems as if he never doubted what I reproached him with, namely, that the conception of theory formation which he criticized need make no restrictions with regard to the type of experience permitted, whilst his own view necessitates recourse to natural hermeneutics. 8. In his Objecti-P, Habermas referred explicitly to the origin of insights which guide the outline of the dialectical theory which he has in mind, a theory which, in its construction must, in advance measure up to a preformed object and cannot merely be united at a later stage with a restricted experience. From these and other statements one might infer that he wishes to tie theory formation to prior experience. In fact, he refers to experience which has been accumulated pre-scientifically, that is, everyday experience, and he intends to tie theory formation to prior experience in a way no longer acceptable to Popper's conception. Here, I have already drawn attention to the remarkable conservatism which lies in this emphasis on the problem of origin and in a concept of experience which can, at best, serve the methodological function of making respectable mistakes difficult to correct. For it is not uncommon that successful theories contradict existing experience. 9. In his reply, Habermas does not pursue this point any further. Moreover, he rejects the suggestion that he might fail to recognize the merits of the test situations which I had emphasized in order to clarify critically the role of what he calls restricted experience. Instead, he turns to another question which is undoubtedly connected with it, namely, the question whether, through such a definition of the preconditions for testing, the possible meaning of the empirical validity of statements has not been established in advance. And if this is the case, one might ask what meaning of validity is thereby prejudiced. Point 10. I do not know why, by rejecting such a question, I allegedly seek to enthrone philosophical innocence at any price. The test conditions must be fashioned, in each case, in agreement with the meaning and the content of the respective theory. They are in no way imposed upon it from outside. One can only ask that a theory should be subjected to as strict a test as possible, and this means, of course, that full use should be made of test conditions which correspond to its hypotheses. One can also ask that its corroboration should be judged in connection with such attempts. Validation. Theories which intend to make some statement about the world, and this means, amongst other things, about man and his socio-cultural world, are confronted, whilst they are being tested, with facts which appear to be relevant for them. The composition of such facts must depend upon the statements made by the particular theories. This is nothing more than a way of exposing theories to criticism, and this to the risk of destruction. By this, nothing is prejudiced which was not already established by these theories themselves. In order to demonstrate the restrictive character of my methodological views, Habermas draws attention to the fact that moral feelings, privations, and frustrations, crises in the individual's life history, changes in attitude in the course of reflection, all mediate different experiences which, through corresponding standards, can be raised to the level of a validating instance, apparently in opposition to the experiential basis of the exact sciences. Since this reference is apparently intended to function as an objection, it would be of some interest to have a more precise specification with regard to the question of what kind of statements are to be tested with the aid of such experiences, and how this is to take place. Certainly there exists no reason not to treat problems of this kind, but it is, to some extent, difficult to discuss references to possible solutions or even permit them as objections if these solutions themselves remain in the background. Primarily, one could draw attention to the fact that the empirical sciences already deal with experiences of the kind quoted by Habermas, precisely in the way that they utilize them as facts and connect them with theories which relate to facts of this kind. In this manner, such experiences are drawn upon to test theories without one being compelled to give up the methodological view criticized by Habermas. For this reason, one can assume that he does not intend such a utilization of THSA experiences. The very wording of his statement suggests, rather, that it is intended differently. It is not suggested that a frustration, for example, be utilized as a validating instance for a theory which makes same statement about frustration, but rather, that one raises such experiences direct, to a validating instance, that is, that one tests a theory according to whether it frustrates someone, and possibly permits it to be so destroyed. In the present context, This would certainly be an interesting suggestion whose consequences would have to be considered. New ideas, critical arguments, and reference to unpleasant facts quite often lead to frustrations in the case of advocates of particular views. One does not have to think here of the famous examples of Galileo, Darwin, Marx, and Freud, where the dangerous consequences for the traditional worldview were very clear, with the result that major defensive reactions were evoked. Even for scientific problems of less importance to worldviews, one can frequently reckon with the fact that the emotional investment in particular theories is large enough to lead to frustrations in similar cases. If one were to raise this seriously to a critical instance, then I do not know how methodologically one could see in it anything other than the attempt to place immunizing strategies at a premium. One might suppose that such irrationalism would hardly be acceptable even for Habermas. Perhaps, therefore, another interpretation of his statement is to be preferred. One could start out from the assumption that a scientist is normally so trained that certain characteristics of theories frustrate him, for example, inner contradictions if he is not prepared to overcome them dialectically, lack of informative content, or difficulties which arise in their empirical testing. Such an assumption can possibly be significant for the explanation of the research process, and thus for the sociology of science. It would, however, not permit any negative conclusions with regard to the methodological conception under scrutiny. Such an interpretation is hardly productive here. A further possibility would be that Habermas is not thinking at all of theories which claim to provide information about reality, to describe it and explain it, but rather he is thinking of approaches of a different kind. The reference to moral feelings as possibly validating instances suggests that he is concerned, for example, with normative concept ions. Even the above-mentioned statement concerning the prejudicing of the meaning of validity could point in this direction. Anyone who is not prepared to see in a view's claim to validity anything other than the claim to general recognition, and consequently does not appreciate the necessity for a differentiation in this respect, will nevertheless admit that the foundations of the validity of normative statements may be of a different nature from the foundations of the validity of empirical scientific theories. Even this would create no difficulties for the conception criticized by Habermas as restrictive, but such a conception allows us to expose even normative views to critical arguments. L1 Presumably there is no need to discuss the fact that a connection can be established between the meaning of statements and their testing conditions, and that not all statements convey the meaning of empirical scientific hypotheses. Point 12 The real problems only arise when one has to analyze this connection for certain types of statements. Thus the relevance of Habermas' other experiences could reveal itself in the case of the other test procedures which he indicates. For the present, I am not yet in a position to recognize that an argument for the restrictedness of the methodological conception which Habermas criticized, can be developed from this. I am most willing to discuss methodological innovations, but they must be recognizable at some point. The problem set out above interests Habermas as it relates to Popper's critique of positivism, which is allegedly carried so far that it unintentionally makes even his own suggested solution problematical. L3 The point at issue here is as follows. Popper not only criticizes the positivistic conception in particular, but also every epistemological view which intends to justify and thereby guarantee any knowledge by recourse to its certain final sources. Point 14 He replaces it with an epistemological fallibilism which excludes such guarantees of truth but is instead linked to a methodology of critical testing. Habermas, however, objects that mistakes are detected only on the basis of criteria for whose justification arguments must be adduced. Such arguments must be sought in order to avoid arbitrariness in the very dimension not of the origin but of the formation of knowledge which has been ruled out. Point 15 Habermas claims that Popper's sublation of the origins of theories is questionable, since this method itself can only be founded by recourse to the critical tradition, and thus by recourse to at least one of the sources of knowledge. The argument aims to show that even Popper is compelled to resort to such a justification invoking the sources, if not on the level of theory formation then at least on the methodological level. Popper himself has emphasized the significance of tradition as a source, in fact as one of the most important sources, of our knowledge as opposed to rationalistic anti-traditionalism. But he denies that there is a source which could lay claim to infallibility. Every source is thus subjected to criticism, even that of tradition, regardless of whether it provides theoretical or meta-theoretical views. Recourse to tradition can itself not be considered a foundation. One might counter Habermas' contention that Popper's method can only be so founded by asking how one can conceive of such a foundation if one wishes to avoid recourse to an instance which can no longer be criticized, that is, to a dogma. 16 But here it is not the case that Popper seeks a foundation in tradition. He believes rather that he can do without a foundation, but that Habermas presents it as inevitable because he believes that he must orientate his arguments towards justify-category thought. We shall return to this point. Yet Habermas believes that he can diagnose the pivot of the residual positivistic problematic in Popper as the epistemological independence of facts assumed by Popper from the theories related to them, an independence which supports the idea of a test on the basis of the facts. In my critique, I had pointed out that Popper explicitly criticizes the positivistic idea of pure givenness, of the naked fact not tainted by theory, and does not require it for his methodological standpoint. Habermas is not satisfied with this. Here he criticizes Popper's adherence to the correspondence theory of truth, which presupposes that facts are entities in themselves, without taking into account the prior decision made with the definition of the testing conditions upon the question of meaning. But I do not know how this characterization can be equated with Popper's view quoted by Habermas himself, namely, that facts are the common product of language and reality. L8 The correspondence theory of truth is in no way confined to naked, theory-free and, in this sense, facts in themselves. Nor must they be understood in terms of a picture theory, as is frequently insinuated by dialecticians. 19 For example, when, in connection with descriptive statements, the metaphor of the mere duplication of reality occurs. Moreover, Popper's philosophy of science is not even dependent upon the correspondence theory of truth, 20 nor upon the realism associated with it in his work. Rather, it is sufficient that the possibility exists that, in the application of a theory to specific situations, the basic statements, adequate for THSA situations, contradict the theory in question, that is, the possibility of the emergence of counter-instances which is already given. If this theory is to have any informative content at all. 21 I am unable to appreciate to what extent there is any justification in view of the situation described. In referring Popper to the fetish character of the positivistic concept of facts. In my critique of his analysis of Popper's philosophy of science, I reproached Habermas, amongst other things, for his inadequate treatment of the basis problem. 22 In particular, I contested the claim that a vicious circle would occur when empirical scientific theories are applied, a point to which Habermas had drawn attention, and, in addition, I questioned to what extent hermeneutic explication can provide any further help in this connection. In his reply, Habermas has now attempted to clarify once again how this circle comes about. 23 He claims to have learned about this vicious circle from Popper himself. Habermas argues from an analogy between the process of trial by jury and the application of theories, an analogy which Popper draws upon in order to illustrate his views. In the passage in question, the distinction is made between the jury's verdict, a reply to a factual question arrived at after proceedings which are governed by certain rules, and the judge's sentence, which must be justified by means of the application of the relevant legal statutes to the facts of the case, which have been established in the verdict. Popper compares the acceptance of a basic statement with a verdict and the application of a theory with that of the relevant legal norms, and points out that, in both cases, the establishment of the basis of application both of the basic statement and of the verdict itself belongs to the application of the propositional system, that is, of the theory or of the legal code, and, consequently, must take place according to the rules of procedure for the system in question. The passage which Habermas extracts from the context of Popper's argument can, however, lead the reader to project a circle into this whole procedure, but only if one does not draw upon the previous sections for interpretation. For in the latter, it is evident that the procedural rules, according to which the verdict is reached, are in no way identical with the Legal norms which are TOBE applied to the facts of the case, although both of course belong to the legal system. Consequently, there can be no question of a circle in any relevant sense of the word. Nor can the acceptance of basic statements as part of the application of a theory be regarded as a circle. The modes of procedure, which determine their acceptance, rest upon rules which certainly belong to the theory but are in no way identical with the theoretical laws to be applied. In my critique, therefore, I distinguished between the use of theoretical language 24 for the formulation of the conditions of application, and the application of the laws themselves. If one could not make the distinction which Popper has clearly expressed, then an application of a theory would always result in its confirmation. Thus, the organization of attempts tests would be a futile venture. I do not wish to decide whether one could reasonably speak of a circle in this case. At any rate, this state of affairs would be somewhat fatal for the content and testability of THEODOR is a situation which could not be altered even by means of hermeneutic explication. After he has set out his circle thesis, Habermas attempts to substantiate his pragmatic interpretation of the empirical sciences, for which he believes he has found clues in Popper himself. I have no objection to his assertion that the demand for controlled observation as the basis for decision upon hypotheses presupposes that the meaning of the research process as a whole has been understood. For a long time, the philosophy of the empirical sciences has been involved in the clarification of such problems without recourse to any prompting from hermeneutic philosophical currents. 25 If one is so inclined, one can, for instance, regard Popper's logic of scientific discovery quite simply as a hermeneutic undertaking, all the more so since the philosophical currents which normally claim this designation for themselves have not provided anything like a method as opposed to a vocabulary in the use of which one might recognize them. 2b The pragmatistic result of Habermas' hermeneutic attempts, however, surely gets no closer to the meaning of the research process than that which is put forward by realist theoreticians. Undoubtedly it is true that the methodical anticipation of possible regularities corresponds to elementary needs of behavioral stability. Nevertheless, the same can be said for all kinds of mythical, religious, and metaphysical views, and even for every system of ordering the world. Science is only possible where there are social spheres in which cognitive interest emancipates itself from such elementary needs. Despite this, its results can of course still be connected to such needs, for it would surely be difficult to imagine knowledge of any kind which cannot be utilized in some way for the aim of orientating and stabilizing action. To this extent then, Habermas' thesis is stamped with a certain plausibility. 27 But it is here that the weakness lies. For the plausibility of this thesis stems, at least in part, from the fact that for successful action we are dependent on information concerning the nature of reality, so that a realist interpretation of knowledge is, to some extent, to be regarded as the natural prerequisite for the emphasis on its pragmatic utilizability. From a more profound penetration into the structure of the real world, one can expect insights which are also of significance for coping practically with real entities. The fact that information is practically utilizable, and that one can best test informative theories by means of practical interventions into real events, in no way compels one to conceal its cognitive significance in favor of its practical relevance. 28 At this point a further question arises which must be of significance for an appraisal of Habermas' perspective. Habermas develops his critique of the positivistic type of social science in accordance with a view which states that dialectical social science has to overcome the restriction of the cognitive interest associated with the former type of social science. In his latest essay, this alternative to positivist social science is no longer mentioned. Nor is there any mention in his later essay of the thesis that a non-dialectical social science tends towards a distortion of the object. I, however, had explicitly questioned this alternative and its alleged advantages. I was not concerned with an adequate interpretation of a so-called analytical social science and, in this connection, with a critique of the instrumentalist thesis. Rather, I was concerned with a critique of the claims made for a dialectical social science, in particular, with the claim to realize, with the aid of historical regularities of a certain type, the fundamental relations of dependence of a concrete totality and also the objective meaning of a historical life context 29 and, beyond this, with the claim to legitimate practical intentions from the objective context. 30 I had expressed my reservations with regard to the logical and methodological aspects of this undertaking which, in many respects seem to me problematical. One might well ask, what are these regularities, what logical structure do the relevant statements and theories possess, and what methods of interpretation and legitimation are to be used here? Above all, it should also be asked whether it is not precisely here that a primary, practical orientation lies in the background, practical, in fact, in the normative sense of this word, that is, in a sense which renders the associated cognitive claim problematical, unless one agrees to eradicate the distinction between cognitive and normative statements. We shall return to these problems. Indeed, the core of THIS procedure, which becomes evident in the confrontation of a so-called positivistically restricted social science with a dialectical social science, seems to me to lie in the fact that, the attempt is made to render an instrumentalist interpretation of the empirical sciences plausible through hermeneutics, in order to make room for an undertaking which conceals those of its characteristics which de facto transcend knowledge under the mask of knowledge itself. 31. Without wishing to imply any kind of reproach, one can detect ideological traits here which, for a long time, have been both familiar and intelligible to the so-called positivistic critique of ideology. 32 When Habermas elsewhere emphasizes the fact that an analytic empirical science, as long as it does not impair positivistic self-restriction, either deliberately or through negligence, is incapable of producing goals and ordering standpoints itself, of establishing priorities and developing programs. 33 Then he draws attention to a state of affairs which is valid for all empirical sciences and, beyond these, for all systems which, within their propositional connections, do not contain any prescriptive elements. Anyone who considers this to be a shortcoming can attempt to overcome it without associating the prescriptive statements which require complementation with cognitive claims, as for example German neo-normativism does. 34 This path does not seem inviting to the advocates of a dialectical social science. They prefer to encumber the social sciences with ideological statements and functions and postulate a form of cognition whose exclusively practical achievement. 35 Strangely contrasts with the claim that, precisely in the cognitive respect, it overcomes positivistic limitations. Habermas claims for his pragmatist interpretation of the empirical sciences that it takes Popper's criticism of empiricism into account, without sharing the weakness of his falsification theory. 36 Which lies in the fact that the associated assertion, concerning an uncertainty in principle about the truth of statements, appears to clash with the overwhelming evidence in their technical utilization. There are 2 points here. Firstly, this evidence has often proved to be deceptive, and this is quite understandable when one considers that false theories can possibly be very useful in a technological sense. 37 The progress of the sciences normally overcomes such pieces of evidence. We then have no grounds for playing them off against such uncertainty which we constantly experience in TS matter. Secondly, the problem of uncertainty in principle is not serious if we take as our basis Popper's theory of approximation, which is capable of unifying fallibilism with the idea of truth and scientific progress. Moreover, it seems to me that Habermas' counter-suggestion only contains a verbal solution of the problems which in no way alters the state of affairs which Popper has analyzed. For Habermas advocates that we permit as empirically true all the assumptions which can guide feedback-regulated action without having been previously rendered problematic through errors experimentally striven for. 38 Why should we so alter our concept of truth that it coincides with the already existing concept of corroboration, and thereby accept the consequence that, in Newton's age, the notion of truth differs from that held today? Apart from this verbal substitution, what alterations are made to Popper's theory of corroboration? 39 As far as my reference to Popper's critique of instrumentalism is concerned, which Habermas thinks he does not need to answer, Since it is allegedly directed against theses which he does not expound 40, I must insist that it is clearly taken from views found in his writings, and particularly in those sections of his present reply which are supposed to prove the opposite. Habermas certainly claims that the pragmatic interpretation which he expounds does not encompass the type of instrumentalism criticized by Popper. According to this interpretation, theories themselves are not instruments but rather it is their information which is technically utilizable, a statement not challenged from any side. After a lengthy exposition intended to render intelligible my misunderstanding, Habermas states, however, that the descriptive value of scientific information is certainly not to be disputed, but it is not to be understood in such a way that theories represent facts and relations between facts. Rather, their descriptive content is only valid with reference to prognosis for feedback-regulated actions in predictable situations. Quite apart from the fact that the correspondence theory expounded by Popper is not a picture theory, it is evident from this passage that here theories are interpreted as instruments of calculation in that sense which Popper criticizes, that is, contrary to his view, in which they can be understood as attempts to illuminate the structural characteristics of reality. 41 Habermas, as far as I can see, specifically rejects the realist alternative to the instrumentalist interpretation, as well as the correspondence theory of truth. It is quite compatible with the instrumental character of theories, in the sense Popper criticizes, that the descriptive content is claimed for singular statements produced with their aid, in particular, prognosis, although of course, at this level, the question of correspondence can arise again. I admit that not all Habermas statements have to be interpreted in this manner. But surely those statements must be so interpreted where, in opposition to Popper, he seeks to demonstrate the inadequacy of the views which Popper has developed as a critique of the positivist conception of science. The reduction of empirical scientific knowledge claimed by Habermas corresponds more readily to the positivist tradition. Moreover, his statements in this connection surely do correspond to the positivistic self-understanding of many a physicist, but this self-understanding is increasingly exposed to a critique from the realist side, and partially, in fact, from within their own camp. 42 One may therefore justly doubt whether Habermas has positioned himself behind the positivists' backs, especially since the literature which he falls back upon to an ever-increasing extent can easily be attributed to the realm of analytical philosophy. 43. In my criticism of Habermas' contribution to the Adorno Festschrift, I objected that the reference to the fact which it is alleged Popper persistently ignores, namely, that we are normally in no doubt at all about the validity of a basic statement, as well as further reference to unformulated criteria which play a role in the institutionally regulated research process, cannot be regarded as the solution to a methodological problem treated by Popper. In this connection, I have pointed out that here the dialectician becomes the real positivist if he thinks that he can eliminate problems of the logic of research by reference to actual social phenomena. Habermas in no way takes up my criticism but rather asserts that I did not understand the question he raised and passes on to a new problem, namely, that of the relation between methodological and empirical statements. 44 Initially, his remarks on this problem are basically not contentious, because they respond to those already made by his opponents. In the extension of his argument, he intends to express his critique of the division between logico-methodological and empirical domains, even though this distinction itself should not be overlooked. Primarily, he supports his argument with reference to the views of neopragmatism. 45 which he attempts to confront with Popper's solution to the problem of rationalism. In so doing, he particularly emphasizes the fact that critical argumentation intends to influence attitudes, and that such argumentation goes beyond the sphere of the logical connection of statements. In this respect, he contrasts it with deductive argumentation so as to demonstrate, at a later point, that a justification of rationalism is possible with its help. One might make the following comments here. Arguments usually exist as a given series of propositions which rest upon logical connections, regardless of whether they intend to influence attitudes, alter substantive convictions or attain a different result. The inclusion of the pragmatics of a communicative situation creates no new problems in this respect. Naturally, there exists a distinction between a logical relation between statements of the same level and a relation such as exists between statements and their object domain, whereby, in its turn, the object domain can of course consist of statements. 46 But even this distinction does not oblige one to deny the fundamental role of the logical relations in the formation of arguments, not even for those arguments which aim at an alteration of attitudes. One can examine and evaluate the logic of a line of argument quite independently of whether it can deficito influence attitudes or not. On the other hand, one can carry out investigations of such factual connections, as Habermas himself mentions. One can further attempt to translate the relevant aspects of possible attitudes into corresponding statements, for instance of a prescriptive character, and then establish logical connections between the latter and the arguments which they support. These are all things which can be interesting in certain contexts, but which one can keep apart. A rationalization of attitudes such as Popper considers possible, would consist, above all, in attaining the readiness to participate in critical arguments. This presupposes that one accepts the logic up to this point. It does not presuppose that one prefers the certainty of descriptive knowledge which, as we know, does not play an imported J.Lt role for Popper to some form of argumentation. 47 In a sense, it may be true to say that even the interplay of statements and experiences presupposes standards, but that standards require justification is, firstly, a very problematical and, secondly, an insufficiently specific thesis for one to be able to adopt a definite view on it. 48 I am not able to discover here an objection which Popper could evade. His problem is that of the possibility of a foundation of rationalism through arguments. Since the acceptance of arguments of any type presupposes a rationalist attitude, the latter cannot be founded on arguments. 49 Popper does not evade such consequences, but instead he tries to show how a critical rationalism which relinquishes the claim to positive foundation, without thereby sacrificing the possibility of a critical test, is nevertheless possible. At this point, Habermas accuses him of an undialectical procedure, without having discussed the structure of Popper's arguments, and without having shown how this problem could be solved more adequately by dialectics. 50 In this context, I pointed out that the alternatives of dogmatism and rational foundation, Begründung, which apparently underlie Habermas' arguments, are exposed to a serious objection, namely, that recourse to positive grounds itself implies a dogmatic procedure. Instead of a detailed elaboration of the dialectical arguments which one could compare with Popper's arguments in order to ascertain what advantages they possess over the latter, one finds the surprising comment that Popper himself makes use of a supporting argumentation, which is sufficient as justification even if it might appear unsatisfactory for a logical absolutism. In other words, Popper, who otherwise figures as a representative of a positivistically restricted rationalism, has solved Habermas' problem of rational foundation in a thoroughly adequate manner, without however sufficiently recognizing it himself. What does Popper's justification of rationalism consist of? It consists of the explication of the critical attitude in terms of philosophical traditions, the analysis of the presuppositions and consequences of criticism, and the examination of its function in public political life. 51 These are certainly achievements which apparently can also be produced with regard to other views, yet this is no justification for them. Popper carries out this analysis in order to clarify the possibilities between which one can decide, that is, in order to permit an open decision which, despite the impossibility already demonstrated by him, of a self-foundation of rationalism, can certainly be influenced, in his view, by such an analysis. As far as I can see, Habermas recognizes this way of proceeding, but adds three riders. On the one hand, he calls it a critical justification of criticism. On the other hand, he opposes Popper's assertion that the problem treated here consists in the choice between two sorts of faith. Finally, he asserts that Popper avoids the problematical combination of logical and empirical relations in non-deductive justifications when he forgoes a justification of criticism. As a result, the Black Peter is already present in the criticism itself. These three writers are basically verbal in character. They in no way alter the logic of the situation analyzed by Popper, but rather relate to its linguistic paraphrase. 52. The logical grammar of justification and faith is certainly not sacrosanct, but I cannot detect what has to do with a dialectical mastery of this problem as an alternative to that suggested by Popper. Popper essentially forgoes nothing which Habermas regards desirable. He merely refrains from calling his arguments a justification, and does so for very plausible reasons. Point 53. In my analysis of Habermas' arguments, I pointed out that a consistent critical philosophy, criticismus, is in a position to overcome the dilemma of justificatory thought which only permits the choice between infinite regress and recourse to dogma. 54. In this connection, I took up Habermas' alternative of dogmatism and rational foundation, and his endeavor to replace Popper's solution of the problem with a better one. It is to this context that my reference to Bartley's analysis belongs. His analysis demonstrates that a consistent critical philosophy such as Popper's, in contrast to other views, does not succumb to the so-called tu quoque argument, 55, and consequently avoids the above-mentioned dilemma. Habermas declares that Bartley's attempt was not successful on the grounds that, by means of a premise, the latter exempts from criticism all the standards which we must presuppose for criticism. It is interesting that Habermas does not direct his critical objection at the core of Bartley's arguments, but rather at certain of his technological considerations which are appended to them. These considerations must appear wherever the claim is made to allow the validity of critical arguments. We are concerned here with the role of logic in argumentation. Bartley examines the notion of the reversibility of logic introduced into the discussion by neopragmatism and demonstrates its limitations. For he shows that a revision in which certain essential characteristics are lost would mean a collapse of critical argumentation, 56, so that a task of logic would amount to a task of rationalism in general. Here, he makes a distinction between convictions revisable within a given argument situation and those where this is not the case, and goes on to introduce the reversibility criterion attacked by Habermas. Whatever is presupposed by the argument revisability situation is not itself revisable within that situation. 57. This criterion apparently excludes nothing from criticism, so that all the objections made by Habermas are of no significance. Bartley makes no reservations or restrictions here which could conceivably be of consequence. In other respects he offers for discussion this whole train of thought which in no way possesses the relevance for his arguments which Habermas ascribes to it. Anyone who declares it unacceptable would, however, have to show how one can give up logic and yet use critical arguments. Point 58. Here lies the essential point of this train of thought. Bartley's criterion is a further point which can readily be discussed without affecting the position of critical philosophy. However, as we previously mentioned, it is not met by Habermas' objections, since Bartley excludes nothing from criticism, neither themes, nor standards, nor testing conditions. 59. It seems to me that the refutation of Bartley's argumentation is not successful because its core was not even touched. Moreover, when I objected that Habermas presupposes free discussion as a fact, 60, then this was not because I am incapable of appreciating such a fact and would fail to recognize its significance, but rather because this presupposition, if it is made in the context he has explicated, is liable to obscure the problem with whose solution we are concerned here both in Popper's and Bartley's analysis. In his contribution to ADORNO's Festschrift, Habermas subjected Popper's thesis concerning the dualism of facts and decisions to criticism. 61, which I, in turn, rejected as resting on misunderstandings. 62. I based my conjecture, namely, that a misinterpretation of Popper's position underlies his arguments on the many considerations which he attached to this dualism thesis and which, in my view, have little to do with its meaning. This is particularly true of the two questions which he apparently regards as important. Firstly, the question whether the normative meaning recoils from a rational discussion of the concrete life context from which it proceeds and upon which it reacts, and secondly, the question whether knowledge, positivistically reduced to empirical science, is freed from every normative constraint. In my reply, I dealt with these questions. Here I would simply like to point out that even the assumption which apparently underlies this question illustrates this misunderstanding: the assumption that through the dualism thesis critical rationalism must provide a positive answer. But in his reply Habermas asserts that I have falsely apprehended his intention. 63. He seeks to question the optimistic distinction expressed in Popper's thesis for, on the one hand, theoretical knowledge is constituted within a normative framework which is only capable of critical justification, whilst on the other hand the critical discussion of standards includes empirical considerations and hence recourse to so-called facts. He does not deny the distinction between facts and standards but merely asks whether the distinction associated with the dualism thesis is an appropriate one. He goes on to discuss details on the basis of a new statement by Popper on this problem. 64. As far as the problem of the normative framework of theoretical science is concerned, I pointed out, even in my first criticism, that there exist no grounds for the assumption that one could derive from it an objection to the views criticized by Habermas. 65. Even for the consideration of actual conditions in the discussion of standards there exist examples within the framework of these views. 66. Which show that the distinction criticized is readily compatible with them. It can hardly be asserted, then, that the advocates of dualism have not seen or taken into account connections of the type he quotes. I must confess that I am really no longer clear what Habermas is aiming at in his analysis. His earlier arguments on the problem of dualism and value freedom were directed at the problematic separation of natural laws and norms, of cognition and evaluation. He has been unable to substantiate any objections to either the possibility of such a differentiation, or to the possibility of taking into account connections despite this differentiation, or even to the fact that the advocates of the dualism thesis have taken into consideration such connections and analyzed them. His article, which takes up Popper's recent work, now brings into play arguments which basically displace the topic of the discussion, take up new problems and, on the whole, prevent one from correctly recognizing what is supposed to be at stake here apart from the fact that in some way Popper's views are deficient. Initially, Habermas takes up Popper's thesis concerning the asymmetry between standards and facts, but only in order to demonstrate that the logical structure of the discussion of both, 67, which Popper has not dealt with at all, is in no way differentiated. In this respect, without going into detail, Popper himself has drawn attention to the fundamental identity which lies in the fact that we can discuss and criticize both proposals and propositions, and we can reach a decision. He has further pointed out that, in both cases, we can orientate ourselves by regulative ideas, in the former, by the truth, in the latter, by an idea which we can designate by means of the expressions the right or the good. Habermas now claims that Popper has terminated the reflection already undertaken by reference to the correspondence theory of truth. What is meant here baffles me and, as earlier, discusses this theory, but only in order to criticize the distinction made here by Popper between the definition of truth and the criterion of truth. He provides, however, no special arguments against the possibility explicated by Popper of utilizing the idea of truth as a regulative idea, without having at one's disposal a criterion of truth. 68. Instead, he makes the general objection that the pre-understanding which guides the interpretation prior to any definition always implicitly includes standards, whose justification is provided in the hermeneutic course of exegesis. He then stresses the dialectical relationship of standards and descriptions in this interpretative process, which apparently is then only disturbed by a definition of standards and the establishment of criteria. For it is only such determinations which create a deductive connection which excludes a retrospective correction of the standards through the object measured. 69. One can easily see how, through determinations of this sort, the dialectical relationship corresponding to the object is solidified into an uncorrectable deductive connection in which the critical discussion of standards frees itself from their usage. Since the advocates of critical rationalism, despite their utilization of the usual logic, are just as much in a position to expose their standards to critical discussion as are those theoreticians whose vocabulary permits them to speak of dialectical relations where they do not wish to analyze complex connections in detail, I can recognize in this whole train of thought nothing which could count as an argument against the views which Habermas has in mind. Neither the COR respondent's theory of truth nor the dualism thesis in question is affected in any way here, nor are they affected by THE's subsequent thesis that the concept of truth, which permits so strict a distinction between standards and facts, is in turn a standard which requires critical justification. Popper himself has emphasized the regulative character of the idea of truth. The critical discussion of this idea can similarly be found in his work. 70 What Habermas has to say in this context on the threefold usage of language and on the dialectical connection between descriptive, postulatory, and critical statements, which Popper does not manage to evade by reference to the correspondence concept of truth, is hardly an argument which endangers Popper's position. 71 The metaphorical conclusion of the whole section cannot cure this deficiency. At any rate, the dualism of facts and standards is not overcome through Habermas' line of argument. What Habermas asserts are merely connections whose existence in themselves no one has contested. His initial question whether the differentiation itself was an adequate one has not been answered. Instead, this question has been lost in the discussion of connections in which this differentiation was already presupposed. The dimension of a comprehensive rationality, which Habermas concludes with, contains nothing which would have to be repressed or displaced by a positivistically restricted rationalism, even if the words which he uses in his remarks indicate possible moves which seem to be denied to the critics of dialectics. 72. The attempt to demonstrate the postal VLSTLC restrictions of critical rationalism is, in my opinion, unsuccessful. I am unable to detect fundamental misunderstandings on my side. Nor are the advantages of a dialectical view shown in Habermas' reply. In certain places, he has adopted interpretations from the domain of neopragmatism, on the assumption that he could thus overcome Popper's critical philosophy. These newly worked elements have proved in this respect just as problematical as those stressed earlier from the realm of hermeneutic thought. Much of what he represents in his reply seems to me to indicate a change, if not a very noticeable one, in his views, which brings him closer to analytical views, and distances him somewhat further from those of the Frankfurt School than could already be detected. Dialectics is not so prominent as previously. What it should actually achieve, and what constitutes its basic characteristics has still not, however, become very clear. What is relatively certain is merely that it offers itself as a weapon against the restrictedness of positivism and other undialectical views, whose advocates are allegedly not in a position to reflect upon those things which the dialectician is capable of reflecting upon. In many instances, Habermas relies upon investigations which can be attributed more readily to the wider realm of analytical philosophy than to dialectics. In several of his analyses, which can be simply reconstructed, one also recognizes that thoughts from this philosophical direction have been incorporated. On the level of detail, it appears that everything possible is acceptable to him. If, beyond this, he lays claim to hermeneutic modes of procedure, then this partially amounts to a restriction of criticism, 73 partially to the solution of interpretative problems which, within the framework of other views, are easily soluble, but which, in the German speaking world, seem to call forth a hermeneutic vocabulary. 74 It will not be possible, however, simply to establish the objective meaning of the historical process without recourse to modes of procedure which must appear dubious to critical rationalism, but which are more intimately linked with dogmatic, theological thought. Much would suggest that dialectical philosophy contains such a meaning, even if this is usually only intimated. In so far as an ideological undertaking of this type is renounced, an elucidation of practical consciousness, a critical maeutics of political practice is possible with means and modes of procedure which fully lie within the range of critical rationalism. 75 Nor is an analysis of what Habermas calls knowledge-guiding interests in any way excluded. Reflection upon what we do when we seek to extend our knowledge is a privilege of neither dialectical nor hermeneutical philosophy. I cannot appreciate what sense there is in the claim that representatives of other philosophical views suffer from the restrictions imposed upon their capacity for reflection, if the latter have de facto made contributions to the problems at issue, which the advocate of this thesis has himself partially utilized, and if, on the other hand, the differences in these directions merely lie in the fact that their solutions to these problems look partially different and make possible criticism of certain dialectical theses. The assertion which Habermas presents as the result of a reflection upon cognitive interests that empirical analytical research produces technically utilizable knowledge, but not knowledge which makes possible a hermeneutical elucidation of the self-understanding of acting subjects 7-6 suggests an opposition which does not reflect the actual restrictions of the empirical sciences, but merely a restrictive interpretation on the basis of an imputed restriction of cognitive interests. Neither theoretical nor historical investigations, of whatever form, are extinguished through the view attacked by Habermas. Even normative problems can be discussed and are discussed within the framework of such a view. That the solution of such problems does not consist here in the establishment of a normative dogmatics is one of the characteristics of critical rationalism which is connected to the rejection of dogmatic views in general. As far as a historically orientated theory of society is concerned of the type which Habermas strives for, the traits of such an undertaking are still too vague for one to do more than press for a clarification, and raise the question as to how far this undertaking differs from others of a similar sort which have fallen prey to the critique of ideology. 7-7 According to Habermas, the critique of ideology in the hands of the positivist seems to have the purpose of completely rejecting the task, which he envisages, of a historically oriented theory of society and banishing it to the vestibules of scientific discussion. It concerns itself with cleansing the practical consciousness of social groups of those theories which cannot be reduced to technically utilizable knowledge, and yet defend their theoretical claims. 78 He adheres then to his thesis of the positivistically circumscribed critique of ideology which I had already analyzed in my first criticism. 79 Although he recognizes the interest in enlightenment on the part of the theoreticians, he apostrophizes 80 so that his emphasis upon the purely technically orientated cognitive interest appears forced, even in this respect. In reality, this critique of ideology does not need to neglect any knowledge which can serve enlightenment, nor that clarification of practical consciousness which Habermas envisages. Only where justificatory thought erects ideological thought, aids in order to disguise decisions as knowledge, where strategies of dogmatization and immunization are applied in order to protect statements of all types against arguments, where connections are obscured, and knowledge distorted, is there cause to regard the critique of ideology of this type as dangerous. 8-1 The thesis has often been advanced that problems of a certain type cannot be dealt with, clarified or solved within the realm of the views he criticizes. I have discussed this thesis often enough. 82 What he calls the self-reflection of the strict empirical sciences is at least as accessible to critical rationalism as to dialectical philosophy. 83 It is merely that the former often reaches different results from the latter. But one can easily discuss this, as I have done. In such a discussion, it is always worthwhile to credit the other person with at least the will to understand what one has said oneself. That one's opponent expresses the understandable wish for clarification, does not necessarily have anything to do with commitment to a particular language. Who could object to another language if, with its aid, certain problems or states of affairs can be better expressed? What, on the other hand, is regrettable, since it promotes the ethnocentricity of scientific subcultures, is an esoteric language which does not achieve such expression, but rather whose essential function seems to lie in paraphrasing the central points of an argument metaphorically. 84 If, in connection with the critique of ideology, reference is made to the effects of masking and immunization, then, with such references, one usually, but by no means necessarily, enters upon the level of motivational research. Strategies which lead to such results can stem from the most diverse motives. They belong to the traditional stock of broadly practiced justificatory thought which is exposed to the illumination of the critique of ideology. It can hardly be denied that such modes of procedure are to be found under the name of dialectics. 8.5 There is, then, some reason for mistrust when, within the framework of an analysis which aims at the legitimation of interests from the concrete totality of the historical process, the claims of a dialectics are raised, which uses similar language forms and at decisive points lacks clarity. It has in no way escaped me that Habermas, in his critique of so-called positivistically restricted rationalism, has attempted to question presuppositions which I took as the starting point of my reply. But this attempt seems to me to have failed. I would doubt that his dialectical detour via neopragmatism has led him behind positivism's back, particularly since, in so doing, he has burdened his dialectics with views which, in some respects, are subject to the very restrictions which he censures in his opponents. It seems to me even less true that he has advanced behind the back of critical rationalism. The question of what actually constitutes dialectics, of what advantages it possesses as opposed to other views and what methods it uses, has not been answered in his reply. At any rate, one may presume that there is contained in it an unrivaled instrument for the mastery of complex connections, even if the secret of how it functions has remained concealed up till now. In reading Habermas' reply, the intentions of his polemic have become partially more distinct, even if they have not become less problematical. He opposes the restrictions of critical thought, even at the point where they are not to be found. He believes that, in the dialectical tradition, he has found a starting point for transcending such restrictions, even if it is not clear what constitutes the achievements which justify such a hope. One may unreservedly welcome the fact that he seeks discussion with other schools of thought. Misunderstandings are presumably inevitable in such an undertaking. This is true for both sides. But sometimes it is not so simple to identify them. Every thorough critique of the objectivating procedures in the social sciences is liable to be suspected of intrigues involving the philosophy of history. Jürgen Habermas abruptly terminates mere suspicion. The declared goal of his writings is a philosophy of history with practical intent. 1 He does not intend, however, that this philosophy of history should formulate necessary historical laws or even a metaphysical meaning, but instead that it should formulate programs for social action. 2 Such goals for the future of a society must be possible, however, in real terms even in the present time. Consequently, the projections of a philosophy of history are dependent upon the results of empirical research and can, in fact, be refuted by the latter. Habermas believes that the Marxist philosophy of history, if properly understood, is able to dispense with metaphysical transcendency, since it derives the guiding aims of future action from the factual contradictions of contemporary society. The meaning of history is simply its possible future which is realized through action. The experimental philosophy of history no longer searches for a hidden meaning, it rescues the latter by establishing it. 3 Since meaning refers to something which will be real in the future, its preconditions can be empirically tested in the present. The philosophy of history with practical intent aims both at an historical sociological analysis of the preconditions for the possibility of revolutionary praxis and at a historical philosophical derivation out of the contradiction within existing society, of the concept of society itself, the concept which is the standard of its own critique and the idea of critical practical activity. 4 In this way, the projections of a philosophy of history are subjected to a double check before their realization. Both the guiding aims themselves and the means for their realization must be gained from the empirical knowledge of the present. A given projection is impossible if it contradicts empirical analyses. It is, however, only possible in real terms if it is not only compatible with the latter but also expedient for resolving the existing contradictions of a society. It has to prove itself to be society's determinate negation. But even if a projection meets both conditions, its guiding aims are not theoretically but merely practically necessary. The philosophy of history does not formulate prognoses about the historical future but simply guidelines for action, which do not prevail objectively, but through the will and consciousness of human beings. Consequently, they can be calculated and forecast only in their objective preconditions of possibility but not however as such. 5. Its correctness, namely the correctness of all verifiable preconditions of a possible revolution, is secured empirically, whilst its truth is only certain in the practical establishment of the very meaning which it expresses. 6. In this way, the revolutionary philosophy of history eludes decisionistic and deterministic pitfalls. But this program can only be realized if the determinate negation of existing contradictions can be gained from the results of empirical research. For it is only then that the hope of checking empirically the guiding aims of future action exists. But the self-interpretation of empirical research presents several obstacles to such an attempt. According to the methodological rules of the analytical theory of science 7, it is, in fact, possible to transform technologically 8 nomological hypotheses, to utilize them as means for pre-given ends, but these rules in no way permit the derivation of the ends themselves from empirical analyses. For this reason, Habermas has to criticize the analytical empirical modes of procedure imminently in the light of their own claim. 9. Nevertheless, a crucial limitation is imposed upon this criticism if the empirical control over the philosophy of history is not to dissolve into scepticism. It cannot destroy the criteria of empirical testability, but rather its goal can simply be a margin of interpretation within which a hermeneutic procedure can be applied to a domain previously secured. Although Habermas' starting point does not in principle exclude such a determination of boundaries, his writings up to now have extended across this boundary in the direction of a dialectics of utopian reason. 10. I wish to discuss this thesis in 4 steps. I. Contingent dialectics and empirical analysis, the formal conditions of determinate negation. 2. Value implications of social scientific theories. Habermas' critique of the analytical theory of science and its metacritique. 3. Domination-free communication as the regulative principle of the philosophy of history. 4. Sceptical consequences of a dialectics of utopian reason. 1. The determinate negation of a contradiction-laden society is supposed to permit the dialectical derivation of situationally related projections for future action out of a contradiction-laden society. This is disputed by the analytical theory of science for the following reasons. A. Dialectical thought is devoid of content since it operates through contradictions from which everything follows. 11. B. Facts cannot contradict one another. C. Empirical hypotheses are descriptive statements from which guidelines for action cannot follow. Habermas seeks to evade these objections by means of a contingent dialectics. This is not an a priori principle of thought, it does not take place prior to and underlying all history, at the stroke of metaphysical necessity. 12. But rather it results from the structures of domination in a society which has not yet been able to liberate itself from natural constraints. As a whole, contingent dialectics is as contingent as the dominating conditions of labor whose inner contradiction and outer movement it expresses. 13. In an ideologically distorted society, thought becomes dialectical since it cannot realize itself as a free dialogue. If things can be grasped in a categorical manner whilst human beings can only be conceived adequately through dialogue in their relations with things and with one another, then dialectics may be understood from within the dialogue, certainly not itself as a dialogue but as a consequence of its repression. 14. Since constraint is its necessary condition, the dissolution of constraint is also the dissolution of dialectics. By opposing constraint through critical praxis, dialectics simultaneously turns upon itself. Dialectics fulfilled in practice is simultaneously transcended dialectics. 15. It changes into what it always was in terms of its own intention, a domination-free dialogue which could be universally practiced. 16. In the latter, dialectics realizes its second precondition, the interest in emancipation Männlichkeit, in domination-free communication. Only if both conditions can be fulfilled is a check on dialectical movement possible. Two things, then, are necessary: 1. To demonstrate empirically the constraint in actual contradictions, and to legitimate the interest in emancipation Ähnlichkeit. Only with the aid of these two preconditions is it possible to derive dialectical lay projections into the future as the determinate negation of a contradiction-laden society. Actual contradictions are given in the antagonistic intentions of social groups which, in the form of interests, attitudes, and norms, belong to the object domain of social scientific hypotheses. Intentions contradict one another if their illusorily real goals are mutually exclusive. From such contrary intentions, however, there does not result directly a further intention which resolves the contradiction, but rather, in order to maintain the determinate negation, another objective intention is required, the interest in emancipation. The latter restricts contrary intentions and unifies them in a new intention which negates the first two. Only insofar as the determinate negation resolves the contradiction of contrary intentions does it need this contradiction. It implies the logical negation 17 of the latter, but distinguishes itself from it, however, through its determinate content. In it, the guiding aim is given whose realization would transcend the actual contradiction through critical praxis. As if this procedure could be carried out, the objections mentioned would no longer hold. For the determinate negation is not deduced from a contradiction, but instead it resolves the latter. It relates to intentions, not to facts. Ultimately it derives normative conclusions, not from descriptive but rather from normative prem 1 ses. But the empirical confirmation of actual contradictions between intentions encounters considerable difficulties. For since intentions are not contained directly in observable behavior, they can only be extracted from empirical hypotheses if their content in it, the guiding aim is given whose realization would pretation can be tested in an empirical analytic manner. If the methodological rules of the analytic theory of science are valid for all empirical statements, but, according to these rules, interpretations cannot be tested empirically, then an empirical control of statements concerning intentions and consequently a control of the determinate negation is impossible. The philosophy of history with practical intent would have failed. Yet could there not exist an intention in the hypotheses themselves, a certain value reference of the methodological rules which contradicted other value references? Then the universal objectivity of empirical analytic rules would open up only one of several domains of possible experience, and in other domains other methodological rules would be conceivable. If, moreover, the value reference of another domain could claim priority over that of the analytic empirical rules, the latter could, with its aid, be restricted. This is precisely what Habermas attempts to demonstrate. Underlying the empirical analytic procedures is a technical cognitive interest which is partially opposed to the interest in emancipation, yet, nevertheless, subordinated to it. It follows from this that the methodological rules of the analytical theory of science can and even must be restricted to the conditions for the interest in emancipation, for the emancipatory cognitive interest. The technical cognitive interest contradicts the emancipatory insofar as it demands general theories of social action which impede progress towards emancipation or even make it impossible, since they are not able to apprehend the specific character of social facts, the intentional component of action. For actions cannot be construed without reference to the guiding intentions, that is, they cannot be examined independently of something approximating to ideas. I9 intentions can, however, only be determined for a certain domain of culturally and historically specific norms. For this reason, every hypothesis concerning social action implies an understanding of the referentia. Norms, Bezugsnormen, which constitute the meaning of the action. For behavior can express very diverse forms of action, according to the norms which guide it. Since the rules of action are not guaranteed objectively through a natural law but rather intersubjectively through the act of recognition of the interpreters involved. 20. They can merely be understood but not explained in a hypothetico-deductive manner. Understanding, however, is realized in the normative context of a tradition and cannot be extended to random contexts. Consequently, hypotheses relating to social action are, of necessity, valid within the same limitations as the relevant norms and are not generally valid. Since the interest in emancipation can be apprehended a priori 21 whilst the norms are historically fortuitous, one can initially only postulate, with the aid of this interest, that the validity of social scientific hypotheses must be restricted, but that the norms do not lay down the given domain of the latter. Since it is claimed that statements about norms cannot be tested empirically and analytically yet nevertheless must be open to checks, for they contain assertions about historical states of affairs, the rules for testing understanding, the methodological rules of hermeneutics, must be developed. Otherwise, social scientific hypotheses could arbitrarily be restricted in their validity. If, however, the rules of hermeneutics, in their turn, had to be limited by empirical analytical procedures, as would seem to follow from Habermas' critique of Gadamer's hermeneutics ZZ, then Habermas would be caught in a circle. I shall attempt to demonstrate that Habermas' dual critique of empirical analytical and hermeneutic procedures can only be compelling at the price of sceptical consequences. How, then, can a value reference of the empirical social sciences be demonstrated, and does Habermas' critical program follow from this? 2. Empirical theories in the social sciences possess value relevance in three respects, A. The selection of research areas, the relevance standpoints, depends upon value decisions. B. Basic statements, by means of which theories refer to reality, are accepted through a resolution on the part of the researchers involved in discussion. C. The operationalization of theoretical concepts presupposes a pre-understanding which attributes observable behavior to the intentional structures of such terms as role, institution and expectation. This threefold reference to meaning postulates is combined in the technical cognitive interest, and it is this reference which, in turn, establishes the objectivity and value freedom of empirical research. Now for the social sciences, a value reference on the meta-level is supposed to prove itself incapable of clear delineation from the intentional references of the object domain. In opposition to positivism, Habermas would like to justify the view that the research process, which is carried out by human subjects, belongs to the objective context, which itself has to be recognized by virtue of cognitive acts. 23 The analytical theory of science does not dispute that the selection of research areas is dependent upon value decisions. 24 Since this value reference does not affect the validity of the hypotheses so formed, I shall restrict myself to a discussion of the other 2 points. Using Popper's explication of the basis problem, Habermas demonstrates that empirical theses can only be related to reality by means of an interest. From empirical theories, together with the initial conditions, one can derive the most elementary statements which refer to observable facts. In this relationship, however, there also lies the decisive problem: how can observable facts and statements about such facts be unambiguously coordinated? According to Popper, this problem of coordination leads to the Frisian trilemma of dogmatism, infinite regress and psychologism. 26 Popper solves this trilemma by applying his criterion of testability even to basic statements. This criterion is to replace the principle of induction. 26 It establishes the empirical content of theories and statements in degrees of testability. The better a statement can be tested, without being falsified, the greater its empirical content. Potential falsifiers are statements whose confirmation would refute a theory. The empirical content grows with the number of potential falsifiers. The best theory is the most prohibitive. For this reason, theories must be as improbable as possible up to the borderline case of contradiction, which naturally remains excluded. If the testability of a theory determines its empirical content, then all its statements must permit the derivation of consequences. The statements of a theory can only be universal statements, from which together with the marginal limiting conditions basic statements can also be deduced. Every test of a theory must stop at some basic statement or other which we decide to accept. 27 Although we must break off the testing process at a given statement, This too can still be tested further. Point 28. This makes the chain of deduction in principle infinite. 29. Even basic statements are in no way immediate empirical statements. Experiences can motivate a decision, and hence an acceptance or a rejection of a statement, but a basic statement cannot be justified by them no more than by thumping the table. 30. Since even basic statements must be testable whilst theories can only be refuted by means of basic statements, even the refutation of theories is only possible for the time being. 31. And can be revised. The corroboration and refutation of theories is reached through a decision on the part of the community of researchers, who discuss whether a theory has been sufficiently tested according to the current knowledge of possible test procedures, or alternatively, a basic statement which refutes a theory. This decision, for its part, cannot be secured through observation, since then the problem would again arise as to how these observations, in their turn, are to be tested. Consequently, this decision must be taken according to teleological standpoints, Zwoegesichtspunt, which are determined by a given interest. This means, however, that although empirical theories do not contain any value judgments, they are, nevertheless, related to an interest with regard to their validity, even if it is only a suspended validity. The objectivity of empirical research therefore implies a normative component, which first makes intersubjective validity and value freedom possible. Normative and descriptive structural determinations are inseparably linked with one another in their validity. 32 But if even the empirical basis is affected by decisions, does not empirical science then have to become a function of social connections, so that, in an extreme case, every political system and every cultural circle would have its own social science? This consequence only arises if the scientist's interest involved in discussion cannot be apprehended in rules which can be secured through institutions, even if the scientist's decisions are determined through the life context. Nevertheless, even Popper writes, what is usually called scientific objectivity is based, to some extent, on social institutions. 33 But even if the motivations, through which the scientist's objective decisions are reached, are dependent upon a given organization of the research institutions, they nonetheless also remain related to experience. The scientists are motivated through experiments, by their perceptions and by reports on the perceptions of others. As LBNG as it is a question of objects and of their relations, the latitude for possible decisions is thus narrowly defined. It is not so easy to break through the manifest evidence of judgments of perception. The object domain, to which hypotheses in the social sciences refer, is composed primarily of intentional structures. Social action is structured by means of the subjective meaning of action, which is present in the intentions of those acting and is determined by norms. The immediate experience of the social scientist itself already contains normative components, upon which there can be no judgments of perception. Consequently, one might think there can only be a culturally and historically special social science, in which the rules of socialization at the same time largely determine the rules of research. General theories of social action would be impossible, since the methodological rules would have to alter with the social system. Social science would then have to orientate itself in an essentially historical manner in order to explicate the meaning of the very traditions to which it belonged, even in its rules for testing. This consequence is, however, only compelling if intentional structures cannot be adequately expressed by means of behavioral variables. But up till now it has not been possible to translate statements about intention synonymous, J into statements about behavior. 34 Certainly, too, in the social sciences, the law-like hypotheses must be formulated with regard to the covariance of intelligible quantities. 35 But a restriction of the generality of social scientific hypotheses only follows from this if a deception with language as such. 36 Is possible, if symbolic understanding can be ideologically channeled. It is precisely then, however, that sceptical consequences are inevitable. But to what extent does the specific character of the object domain bind the social sciences to methodological rules, which make even the process of testing itself dependent upon social context? Social action is rule-governed. Rules, however, can only be determined with the aid of behavioral expectations which are given in a reference group. These expectations refer to future behavior which cannot yet be observed. For this reason, they cannot be apprehended through future behavior. Instead, the members of a reference group must be questioned about their expectations. Their replies are then, however, statements about future behavior. They signify a state of affairs and are thus statements about facts but are not facts in themselves. Nevertheless, a theory of social action must link up the domain of the interview with the domain of manifest if its behavior is to prognosticate actions. Now this linkage can either be realized by interpreting even the inquiry into behavioral expectations as a behavioral relation, or by ejecting both the interview and the prognosticated behavior onto an intelligible level. In the first case, language is behavioristically reduced to verbal behavior. In the second case, on the other hand, even the results of the action must be intelligible and hermeneutically explicable. The logical type rule drives us to this alternative. According to this rule, propositions about future behavior should not be combined hypothetically with this behavior itself. For this relation would have to be formulated in hypotheses whose object domain would consist of statements and facts. 37 If social scientific hypotheses refer behavioristically to an object domain of behavior, then behavioral expectations appear as relations of verbal behavior. The communicative experience of the interview/V is apprehended through linguistic hypotheses, by means of which the norms of action are expressed in probabilities of verbal behavior and can be linked through social scientific hypotheses to the observed results of actions. Social scientific hypotheses thus combine verbal behavior with the actual results of the action of a reference group. This leads to a unified object domain within which all hypothetical relations can be tested by means of observations. All that remains problematical is the coordination of behavior with the intentional structures \V which are expressed in it. This is particularly valid for linguistic hypotheses. They require correspondence rules in order to translate meanings into probabilities of verbal behavior. Such rules, however, remain tied to everyday language, since even the rules of an artificial language, in accordance with which expressions of everyday language could be apprehended through verbal behavior, in their turn already presuppose translation from everyday language. An infinite regress of metalanguages can only be avoided if everyday language is the ultimate metalanguage. But then the process of understanding in everyday language determine event the operationalization of behavioral dispositions, which are contained in the form of theoretical concepts in linguistic hypotheses. In statements such as X believes, or expects, thinks, hopes, that P, we must always understand believe if we seek the verbal behavior in which believe is expressed with sufficient precision. 38 On account of these translation difficulties, the operationalization of theoretical concepts implies a pre-understanding of the intentional structures which are to be apprehended in behavior. But this pre-understanding cannot restrict the validity of hypotheses concerning the relations between social facts without simultaneously expressing itself in their logical structure. If the pre-understanding defines the validity of hypotheses, then, even according to the methodological rules of the analytical theory of science, a hypothesis can be rejected. For, either the pre-understanding is identical for the antecedent and the consequent of the hypothesis, in which case the relationship of the two can be subjected to a test, or, the pre-understanding of the THEODOR terms is inconsistent, in which case they can be rejected. Then, only the following evaluations of the relational members are possible: a. False true, then the initial conditions can be unrealizable or the antecedent is itself a contradictory concept, both of which can be avoided with a certain amount of care. b. True false, then the hypothesis can always be falsified. The possibly complicated epistemological structure of this refutation need not be examined. c. False false, in this case, what has been said concerning a holds for the antecedent. Consequently, the diversity of the pre-understanding can never decide unnoticed upon the truth or falsity of hypotheses. Even if a pre-understanding is necessary for operationalization, it follows that general social scientific theories are possible which do not contain any ideological fundament. This only applies, however, so long as the relations between social facts do not need to be determined similarly by a pre-understanding. If, on the other hand, it should emerge that even the relations must be intelligible, then the character of hypotheses would have to alter according to the pre-understanding. In which case, an ideological distortion, even of the operationalization of hypotheses, could no longer be excluded with any certainty unless it proves possible to examine the particular pre-understanding for its ideological implications. Now Habermas claims both that the meaningful structuring of the facts which concern interpretative sociology only permits a general theory of social action if the relations between facts are also intelligible 39, and that this consequence necessarily results from the structure of the object domain in the social sciences. For the reciprocal interaction between language and praxis requires an intelligible, universal context within which each rule is laid down. Rules change their meaning if they are transferred to a different context and cannot, therefore, be sufficiently determined from mere behavior, as the latter is ambiguous when confronted with the meanings which it acquires through contextual variations. If, however, rules are, in this sense, contextually determined, they remain dependent upon the various practical contexts in which they appear and thus upon the ideological distortions too, which are imposed upon action by structures of domination. But how can such a thesis be grounded? Why should the rules of language be dependent upon praxis, by virtue of their immanent meaning? 40 Habermas assumes that the program of an artificial language cannot be realized because the translation rules, for their part, would have to be formulated in terms of everyday language. Consequently, everyday language is the ultimate meta-language, and only through itself can it be handed down, learned and understood. However, this means that since everyday language is the ultimate meta-language, it contains within itself the dimension in which it can be learned. For this reason, however, it is not merely language but, at the same time, praxis. This connection is logically necessary, otherwise everyday languages would be hermetically sealed off, they could not be handed down. 41 Habermas argues from a reductio ad absurdum. If it is granted that language is not bound to praxis, then rules cannot be explicated at all, since language would remain caught up within the circle of its own rules. But language is explicable. It does not, however, necessarily follow from this that it is related to praxis, for the circle of linguistic rules resolves itself if the rules are present in another external dimension of language, in behavior. Both possibilities are at least logically equivalent. The decision in favor of reference to praxis cannot be motivated logically even if it cannot be refuted logically either. 42 For Habermas, at any rate, language is necessarily related to action and not merely to behavior. This leads to considerable difficulties, but it can explain why even the relations between social facts must be intelligible. Language and action form a unified system of rules whose individual elements must be determined by the total context. The meaning of the rules does not, then, depend solely upon the immediate context of action and communication but, at the same time, upon previous processes of the internalization of norms and upon previous socialization processes. Correspondingly, this is true for nomological hypotheses. Understanding itself is a fictive learning process which virtually carries out a process of socialization. But as the latter, in turn, is determined by the internalized norms, understanding can only be realized as the progressive integration of the system of norms to be understood into the system of norms which has been internalized through previous socialization. The internalized norms of previous socialization processes determine the understanding of new norms, and are determined anew by the latter. For this reason, all understanding remains committed to a prejudice, which results from earlier socialization processes. These, however, are dependent upon the specific traditions in which the interpreter, diversity and, has grown up and are, of course, dependent upon their ideological distortions. Since, however, understanding remains bound to earlier socialization processes, to a prejudice which is given by the tradition in question, prejudice must be apprehended reflexively and rendered harmless. This takes place with the aid of hermeneutic procedures. Yet pure hermeneutics converts insight into the prejudice structure of understanding into a rehabilitation of prejudice as such. 43 In the rules of language, however, a constraint is also articulated whose ideological consequences cannot be penetrated by pure hermeneutics. Language as tradition is, in its turn, dependent upon societal processes, which cannot be reduced to normative connections. Language is also a medium of domination and of social power. 44 Hermeneutics is incapable of apprehending this ideological moment of language, because it can, at most, integrate one linguistic norm into another, but does not recognize their being bound to natural constraints. A pure hermeneutics has, therefore, an ideological character. This only appears, of course, when the pre-understanding, prejudice, is related to the objective constraints upon which it occasionally depends. These constraints themselves can, however, be taken up by the objectivating procedures of the analytical theory of science. In the hermeneutic approach, they would have to dissolve into phenomena of consciousness. If, then, the methodological rules of an ideology-free hermeneutics are also to take up natural constraints, then the rules of the analytic theory of science must be added to these hermeneutic rules. The complete set of methodological rules of hermeneutics would have to be compatible with all the rules of the analytical theory of science. This is particularly valid for the generality postulate. A hermeneutics which could not accept the general theories of social action would be suspected of ideology. For only at the price of having to accept every pre-understanding, even one determined by constraint, can the objections to the analytical empirical procedures in the social sciences be maintained. Habermas' critique of hermeneutics is compelling if he can demonstrate at least one pre-understanding which possesses an ideological structure. But this is only possible if the constraint can also be objectivated from which the pre-understanding is derived. For this reason, the critique of hermeneutics presupposes the rules of the analytical theory of science and, in particular, the postulate of generality. On the other hand, the critique of general theories of social action presupposes that a pre-understanding must also be assumed for relations between facts, a pre-understanding that reveals ideological traits. Habermas' critique of the analytical theory of science presupposes the ideology-free structure of hermeneutics, whilst his critique of hermeneutics presupposes the ideology-free validity of general hypotheses. Generality is the precondition for their testability, and, to this extent, the ideology-free validity of the analytical theory of science. Both critiques, the ref or, are mutually exclusive. This contradiction in the critiques rests upon an incomplete disjunction, for the presuppositions of both critiques could differ from both procedures criticized. It would then be necessary to demonstrate ideological structures, independently of both, with the help of the emancipatory cognitive interest. But this presupposes its independent legitimation. Since the complex of rules in a society determines every structure, each realization of this interest must also be subject to the distortions which are claimed to be true for the rules criticized. Thus, Habermas' critique presupposes an ideology-free interest in emancipation, yet asserts, on the other hand, that this interest is in no way real so long as the ideological distortions of the society criticized are not removed or at least penetrated. On the one hand, it is only possible to see through the dogmatism of a congealed society to the degree to which knowledge has committed itself to being guided by the anticipation of an emancipated society and by the actualized emancipation of all people, but at the same time, this interest demands successful insight into the processes of societal development, since in them alone it constitutes itself as an objective interest. 45 Even if the emancipatory cognitive interest can legitimate itself, one must ask in what manner the analytical theory of science can be criticized with its aid. For here proof is still required that the emancipatory cognitive interest has priority over the technical interest. This priority must make it possible to restrict the generality postulate of the analytical theory of science. This strong demand can only be implemented, however, if the technical cognitive interest not only presupposes the emancipatory interest but also implies it. For only then does a logical constraint exist which restricts all the results achieved with the methodological rules of the technical cognitive interest to the conditions of the emancipatory interest. Only then could one infer from an ideological distortion of the necessary precondition, for the emancipatory interest, an ideological distortion of the sufficient precondition, for the technical interest, according to the modus to/lens. If hypotheses were to contradict the emancipatory interest they could be rejected, since their validity would depend upon the possibility of the latter. If, on the other hand, we wished to reverse the logical relation and treat the technical interest as the necessary condition for the emancipatory interest, then, together with the technical interest, the objectivity of the empirical social sciences would also become logically independent of the emancipatory interest. Then Habermas's critique would no longer be logically compelling. 46. Habermas' critique of empirical analytical procedures therefore presupposes that the emancipatory cognitive interest is at least a necessary condition for empirical objectivity and, consequently, that it must always be actually achieved in successful empirical knowledge. Now since the interest in emancipation requires that distorted, ideology knowledge be gained in a domination. Free dialogue 47 it must he possible to conceive at least of such a dialogue and thus of an emancipatory objectivity of empirical analyses, even for an ideologically deformed society. But then the methodological rules themselves cannot be distorted. Rather this can only be true of their usage. 4b If the usage is to be criticized, then the domination-free dialogue must be real in the critique, otherwise the critique, in its turn, would be subject reflexively to a suspicion of ideology. Its standards could express an ideological distortion. Since the critique, however, cannot relate to the methodological rules themselves, but only to their usage, then the condition for its realization is nothing less than the existence of the domination-free dialogue of scientists. For only in this way could ideological research results be distinguished from other research results. This is not only a condition for a possible critique of empirical theories but also one for the philosophy of history with practical intent. For the interest in emancipation only posits a standpoint and not a domain. 49 The concrete guiding aims of action, the means for their realization, and the possible subsidiary consequences only result with the aid of the standpoint from the store of tested hypotheses. If the validity of these hypotheses, which depends upon the decision of the community of scientists, could, for its part, be ideologically distorted, and if the relations between social facts could be represented ideologically in the theory, then either the means and the subsidiary consequences could no longer be examined for their ideological content, or the standpoint itself would become the condition for validity. The interest in emancipation would then, in fact, have to permit a distinction between ideologically determined validity and emancipatory validity. Then the utopian standpoint and not the empirical sciences would decide upon the structure of the facts and their relations. If, on the other hand, the discussion amongst scientists is a real anticipation of the domination-free dialogue, then firstly, general theories of social action can be permitted, and secondly, even their ideologically deformed ideations can be isolated in critical reflection and possibly removed through praxis. Must Habermas not, therefore, forego a universal rehistorization of sociology? After all, he does not take his bearings from a domination-free dialogue even in an ideologically deformed society. How then, can the interest in emancipation be conceptualized? 3. The interest in emancipation is not mere fancy, for it can be apprehended a priori. What raises us out of nature is the only thing whose nature we can know, language. Through its structure, emancipation is posited for us. Our first sentence expresses unequivocally the intention of universal and unconstrained consensus. Emancipation constitutes the only idea that we possess in the sense of the philosophical tradition. 50. The interest in emancipation can be apprehended as a mere intention. The idea of domination-free consensus justifies itself in the anticipation of this intentio in linguistic communication. The understanding of a statement cannot be enforced. Linguistic communication is only possible if domination is at least partially eliminated. But since language is also determined by the context of action, it remains constantly exposed to ideological deformations in a society distorted by constraints. Despite its intention to secure freedom from constraint, linguistic communication is marked by traces of violence in an unemancipated society. Consequently, only in an emancipated society, whose members' emancipation had been realized, would communication have developed into the domination-free dialogue which could be universally practiced, from which both our model of reciprocally constituted ego identity and our idea of true consensus are always implicitly derived. 51 This formulation permits two different interpretations COR responding to two positions of a critique of ideology which threaten to destroy Habermas' starting point. First of all, it can mean that in an unemancipated society the domination-free dialogue cannot, of course, be universally practiced but nevertheless is possible, within narrowly defined conditions, and then does not reveal any ideological distortions. Secondly, it means that in an unemancipated society ideological distortion is universal and includes even the idea of emancipation itself. In the first case, the idea of emancipation can be the principle of the philosophy of history with practical intent. In the second case, on the other hand, sceptical consequences are inevitable. Given the first interpretation, the following conditions result for the philosophy of history with practical intent. R. In the domination-free discussion of the community of scientists, hypotheses must be formed and empirically tested which both describe the social facts and determine their relations by means of explanations. But the empirical content of such hypotheses then contains facts and relations. WHO structure contradicts the interest in emancipation. For this reason, the contents of social scientific theories contradict the necessary conditions for their validity. This class of contradictions is, at the same time, actually given, whilst the tendencies within society contradict this free dialogue. But since the institutions are also a condition for validity, the objectivity of the theoretical approach, upon which validity depends, implies an interest in the changing of ideological structures in society. This interest on the part of the scientist is primarily aimed, however, at the preservation and maximization of an already existing domination-free dialogue of the sciences and is not aimed, for instance, at its gradual abolition in favor of certain social-political goals. Consequently, a free science is able to attack reactionary tendencies in society, and in fact it must do so without abandoning its value freedom which guarantees its objectivity. Z. The store of tested hypotheses existing at any particular time is to be examined with the aid of critical reflection, to determine when theoretical statements grasp invariant regularities of social action as such and when they express ideologically frozen relations of dependence that can in principle be transformed. Of course, to this end a critically NLP knowledge of laws cannot through reflection alone re-either a law itself inoperative, but it can render it inapplicable. 52 For occasionally false consciousness belongs to the initial conditions of hypotheses. Thus, election results can express an apparent consensus, which rests upon psychologically controlled manipulation. A consensus reached in this manner does not result from objective constellations of interests but from fortuitous response to a stimulus. This apparent consensus is dissolved if the human subjects are enlightened concerning the mechanism which brought it about. If interpretations of the acting human subjects belong to the initial conditions of a hypothesis, interpretations resting upon ideological distortion, then reflection can eliminate these interpretations, and then the actions, which according to the hypotheses are hypothetically necessary, must also disappear. But since not every external constraint reflected in subjective interpretations of a situation can be transcended by means of reflection, the possibility of such a reflectively conditioned transcendence must be confirmed by means of a test. Since the influence of external constraints upon subjective interpretations will be secured, in many cases, through institutions, the identity of each particular institution perpetuating the constraint must also be ascertained. To this end, a test situation in which it is merely possible to establish the abstract possibility that a subjective interpretation rests upon constraint and not upon anthropological invariance, is in no way sufficient. Knowledge of the given institutions which stabilize ideologically distorted socialization processes is also necessary. For only when the institutions are recognized can they possibly be abolished by means of emancipatory praxis. Such an investigation of the interpretations would permit both an investigation of law-like hypotheses in terms of a critique of ideology, without a restriction of the validity of such hypotheses, and a check on the pre-understanding which is determined by tradition, that is, on the hermeneutic procedures as well. A procedure involving random samples is conceivable which, with the aid of psychoanalytic techniques, tests emancipatory hypotheses, according to which certain initial conditions of sociological laws can disappear if a general educational process is introduced and implemented in society. In this way, the chances of a revolutionary praxis can be estimated, but, above all, the possibly dangerous subsidiary effects can be better calculated. The structural freedom from constraint of linguistic communication must be shown to be either intention-focused and an emancipated society. This last condition leads us to the second, in my view, untenable interpretation of the intention focused on emancipation. For it is, above all, this interpretation which may have compelled Habermas to corroborate the regulative principle of his philosophy of history in a dialectic that takes the historical traces of suppressed dialogue and reconstructs what has been suppressed. 53 For the attempt to infer the idea of emancipation from the structural conditions of language, but, nevertheless, to relate it necessarily to praxis, leads to the dilemma of only being able to assume a necessary reference of linguistic communication to praxis when not only deceptions in a language, but rather deception with language as such. 54 is possible, or of having to forego the necessary connection between the two. Only if language is simultaneously a life form can the linguistic intention be focused on a future emancipated society. 55 But it is precisely at this point that language participates in the ideological distortion of the society in which it is spoken. Then, however, the idea of emancipation itself would be distorted. In an unemancipated society, the idea of emancipation itself would still contain ideological distortions which could only be eliminated through a critical praxis. Together with the ideological distortions of the unemancipated society, the distorted utopia of an emancipated society would also disappear. It would be the actual domination-free dialogue which could be practiced universally which would make it possible to conceive of the true idea of emancipation. From this it follows, of course, that the idea of emancipation cannot directly initiate a critical praxis since it is itself exposed to the suspicion of ideology. Not only would the interpretation of the present have to proceed dialectically, but also the anticipation of future emancipation. A philosophy of history whose regulative principle would have to be identified as dialectical in this manner would require a dialectic of utopian reason. Is this possible? 4. If the regulative principle of the philosophy of history is, for its part, structured dialectically, then the following dilemma results. R. Either, its dialectic is not contingent but rather the universal structure of thought. This would contradict Habermas' presupposition and would presumably lead to an a priori metaphysics of history. Z. Or, its dialectic is contingent and rests upon ideological distortion. Then one can neither see how the standards of self-reflection can still be certain a priori, nor how knowledge is supposed to be possible at all. The universal dialectic of thought is suggested since the interest in emancipation can be apprehended a priori. But if this interest itself is structured dialectically, yet nevertheless can be apprehended a priori, then its dialectic too must be posited a priori. Accordingly, on the other hand, a contingent dialectics of the interest in emancipation would also have to imply a contingent a priori. We shall let the matter rest at this point and merely ask what consequences result for the philosophy of history with practical intent from a contingent dialectic of this sort. The contingent dialectic corresponds to the ideological distortions through societal constraints. The accident which evokes them lies in the organization of the labor process. Thought becomes dialectical when it is ideologically distorted. If this is also true of the interest in emancipation, then critical theory begins to oscillate between its principle and the societal conditions analyzed with its aid. The suspicion of ideology becomes reflexive, turns back upon its presuppositions and from these back to the conditions in society. This oscillation leads to a sceptical regress which can never be assuaged in any knowledge. Such a sceptical theory is no longer capable of initiating an emancipatory praxis. It persists in its scruples and ought to be left to them. In my view, the motion of sceptical regress can only be brought to a halt if the regulative principle of the philosophy of history is determined as both objective interest and interest in objectivity, as an actual anticipation of the domination-free dialogue in the discussion between scientists. This means, of course, in a double function, on the one hand, as an interest in the stabilization, reproduction, and maximization of scientific objectivity, but, on the other hand, as an interest in the practical negation of all the rules of social action which contradict this objectivity. The scientific approach of the scientists requires institutional guarantees. These imply a practical, why-orientated interest, a political interest of science. Such a contradiction between the domination-free dialogue of the scientists and societal conditions may, of course, no longer be dialectical, but what then constitutes dialectics? Hans Albert. A short surprised. Postscript to Allo Ng. Introduction. The impartial reader mtght be surprised that a book of this sort has taken on such remarkable proportions. Anyone who is acquainted with its genesis will know, however, what conditions are responsible for this disproportion. The discussion reprinted here began in 1961 between Karl Popper and Theodor W. Adorno. It was continued in 1963 with Jürgen Habermas' postscript, to which I responded in 1964, he replied in the same year, and in the following year I published my rejoinder. If I understood the editor correctly, it was his original idea to make this discussion accessible to a wider circle of readers. I agreed to this suggestion and even tolerated later modifications, although, in them, there gradually emerged early indications of that peculiar redistribution of proportions, together with an inflation of the volume, which eventually resulted. Apparently, permission for a simple reprinting of the original contributions to this discussion was not forthcoming from the other side. Consequently, the appearance of the volume was repeatedly delayed over a period of 3 years. At the suggestion of the editor, I eventually agreed to forego my postscript in order to speed up publication. I could not anticipate, however, how one of those involved would exploit his function, that of writing the introduction to the volume, nor what dimensions the above-mentioned redistribution of proportions would assume. Nevertheless, as some readers will understand, I cannot entirely suppress a certain satisfaction in view of the zeal that was at work here. Be that as it may, I shall allow myself in conclusion some brief comments on the matter itself. Primarily, I should like to establish that I am not only struck by the other side's extravagance in terms of printed pages, although I naturally find this understandable, but also by the way in which the extensions to the previous discussions have been shaped with regard to their subject matter. But above all, to express it more clearly, I am struck by the mode of expression which, despite its usual degree of complexity, is basic ally relatively simple. Utilizing this mode of expression, Adorno reproduces all the possible misunderstandings which have gained a footing in the German-speaking world in the general controversy over positivism, aroused since the start of our discussion and partly under its influence. These are misunderstandings which could have been avoided from the outset if not through reading the existing contributions to the discussion, then through reading the other writings of Adorno's discussion partners. Adorno, like Habermas earlier and, in his footsteps, a whole series of theoreticians, now falls prey to his own somewhat vague concept of positivism and to the method, tendentious but quite typical in this country, of subsuming under this category whatever in his view seems to merit criticism. Adorno, too, has adopted in his introduction a procedure which is today very widespread. He suggests to the reader that the opposing view, which is primarily at issue in this discussion, is identical or at least closely related in relevant respects to a crude positivism, such as may well be established, in part, in social scientific research. Alternatively, he suggests a connection with the logical positivism of the 20s and 30s and then gives vent to his objections to these views, without thereby making the position of critical rationalism sufficiently clear and without even taking it into account. A fundamental part of his line of argument proves to be unfounded, and, what is more, misleading if one simply consult the relevant writings of his opponents in this controversy in order to ascertain what they have to say on the points in question. This applies, for instance, to his objections to the positivistic criteria of meaning, the hostility towards philosophy on the part of liberal thinkers, the prohibition of fantasy and other so-called prohibitive norms, the rejection of speculation, the appeal to unproblematical certainty and absolute reliability, or the appeal to the unquestioned authority of the scientific realm and freedom prejudice, the separation of knowledge from the real-life process, and the like. Point 1. In this connection, Adorno's charge of subjectivism and the reference to Berkeley's esse est percipi sounds downright grotesque in view of the fact that one can obtain information about Popper's criticism without great effort. Point 2. I would draw attention to the fact that Lenin, for example, although he was not a professor of philosophy, was quite capable of distinguishing between positivism and realism. The Frankfurt School, on the other hand, seemed to have great difficulties in this respect. This could possibly be connected with their idealist tendencies, to which I shall return in another context. Even with regard to the problem of testability, I need only recommend a somewhat more precise reading of the relevant writings, quite apart from the fact that the more or less implicit concessions contained in the articles of my discussion partners which have appeared recently, hardly leave me anything to say. Point 3. What Adorno allows himself in the form of comments on simplicity and clarity has little connection with what his opponents have to say on this problem. Quite frequently in this introduction, he establishes a connection more through free association than through confrontation with his opponent's arguments. Adorno has apparently failed to grasp my objection to the conservative association of knowledge with prior experience, the inductivist moment in Habermas' thought. He interprets my reference to the significance of new ideas in a manner which surely reveals his complete misunderstanding to the unbiased reader. Point 4. With regard to the value problem, the representatives of the Frankfurt School would be well advised to discuss in detail the solutions suggested by their critics and, in so doing, show to what extent they are exposed to their objections. The reification thesis, for instance, may appear reasonable when confronted with the widely current formulations of people who have not indulged in a rigorous examination of this problem. But it surely meets neither the views of Max Weber nor of Karl Popper, nor even the suggestions which I myself have formulated for solving the problems concerned. As a basic point must be very briefly mentioned here, namely, the allegedly absolute primacy of logic which Adorno thinks he can detect in his opponents and what for him is then connected with this primacy in the form of objections and theses. His discussion partners, however, have so clearly drawn attention to the role played by logic in critical rationalism that it hardly seems necessary to clarify it again here. 6. Above all, its role as an organon of criticism. I venture to doubt whether Adorno can manage without it in this respect. In general, he too will not be prepared to suspend the principle of non-contradiction, although in his introduction he again frequently provides the relevant formulations. Apparently, it does not occur to him that a dialectical contradiction expressing the real antagonisms could possibly be completely compatible with this principle. In no way does he seem to be interested either in the results of previous discussions on logic and dialectics, for example, in the Polish discussion, or in the suggestions of his discussion partners on this problem. When I take into account its origins, I quite understand the aversion to logic which he displays. It is the fatal inheritance of Hegelian thought which even today plays such an important role in German philosophy. I am not quite sure to what extent the Frankfurt School still represents a unified view on this point. Possibly, some representatives of this school of thought will, if anything, gradually become embarrassed by the careless polemic against logic, non-contradiction, deductive and systematic thought, a polemic which has recently found adherents in wide circles. What Adorno says on the political manipulability of positivism should presumably be regarded as a reply to Ernst Topitzka's corresponding line of argument against dialectics. 7. I do not wish to present a balance of the opposing arguments here, although one hardly need fear such a balance. I should like to point out, though, that Adorno makes matters a little too easy for himself, for critical rationalism, also an intended target here, is by no means the apolitical philosophy which Adorno makes it out to be. His polemic against the neutrality of positivistic scepticism and its ideological abuse is wide of the mark as far as our discussion is concerned. Why should such associations be evoked? Why does he actively support those confusions in the German controversy over positivism created by obviously uninformed participants? What is to be gained from the obliteration of his opponent's arguments by a strategy of unspecific objections? I cannot help seeing in this a confirmation of the charges brought against the Frankfurt School by many of its critics. In my view, a dialectics which incorporates the belief that it can dispense with logic, supports, presumably contrary to its underlying intention, one of the most dangerous features of German thought, the tendency towards irrationalism. Karl R. Popper. Reason or revolution. The trouble with a total revolution is that it brings the same class up on top. Executives of skillful execution will therefore plan to go halfway and stop. Robert Frost, from A Semi-Revolution, in A Witness Tree. The following critical considerations are reactions to the book, Der Positivismus in der Deutschen Soziologie, now translated into English as The Positivist Dispute in German Sociology, which was published last year, and for which I unwittingly provided the original incentive. I will begin by telling some of the history of the book and of its misleading title. In I-960 I was invited to open a discussion on the logic of the social sciences at a congress of German sociologists in Tübingen. I accepted, and I was told that my opening address would be followed by a reply from Professor Theodor W. Adorno of Frankfurt. It was suggested to me by the organizers that, in order to make a fruitful discussion possible, I should formulate my views in a number of definite theses. This I did. My opening address to that discussion, delivered in R96R, consisted of 27 sharply formulated theses, plus a programmatic formulation of the task of the theoretical Socihl sciences. Of course, I formulated these theses so as to make it difficult for any Hegelian or Marxist, such as Adorno, to accept them, and I supported them as well as I could by arguments. Owing to the limited time available, I confined myself to fundamentals, and I tried to avoid repeating what I had said elsewhere. Adorno's reply was read with great force, but he hardly took up my challenge, that is, my 27 theses. In the ensuing debate, Professor Ralph Dahrendorf expressed his grave disappointment. He said that it had been the intention of the organizers to bring into the open some of the glaring differences. Apparently he included political and ideological differences between my approach to the social sciences and Adorno's. But the impression created by my address and Adorno's reply was, he said, one of sweet agreement, a fact which left him flabbergasted. A/SC Herr Popper und Herr Adorno sich in Verb/Offender Weise einig. I was and I still am very sorry about this. But having been invited to speak about the logic of the social sciences, one did not go out of my way to attack Adorno and the dialectical school of Frankfurt. Adorno, Horkheimer, Habermas, eta/. Which I never regarded as important, unless perhaps from a political point of view, and in R960 I was not even aware of the political influence of this school. Although today I should not hesitate to describe this influence by such terms as irrationalist and intelligence-destroying, I could never take their methodology, whatever that may mean, seriously from either an intellectual or a scholarly point of view. Knowing now a little more, I think that Dahrendorf was right in being disappointed. I ought to have attacked them, using arguments I had previously published in my opns Society 2 and the Power of Historicism 3 and in What is Dialectic, for even though I do not think that these arguments fall under the heading of the logic of the social sciences, for terms do not matter. My only comfort is that the responsibility for avoiding a fight rests squarely on the second speaker. However this may be, Dahrendorf's criticism stimulated a paper, almost twice as long as my original address, by Professor G. Ergen Habermas, another member of the Frankfurt School. It was in this paper, I think, that the term positivism first turned up in this particular discussion. I was criticized as a positivist. This is an old misunderstanding created and perpetuated by people who know of my work only at second hand, owing to the tolerant attitude adopted by some members of the Vienna Circle. My book, Logik der Forschung 5, in which I criticized this positivist circle from a realist and anti-positivist point of view, was published in a series of books edited by Moritz Schlick and Philipp Frank, two leading members of the circle, 6 and those who judge books by their covers, or by their editors. Created the myth that I had been a member of the Vienna Circle, and a positivist. Nobody who has read that book, or any other book of mine, would agree unless indeed he believed in the myth to start with, in which case he may of course find evidence to support his belief. In my defense, Professor Hans Albert, not a positivist either, wrote a spirited reply to Habermas' attack. The latter answered, and was answered a second time by Albert. This exchange was mainly concerned with the general character and tenability of my views. Thus there was little mention and no serious criticism of my opening address of 1961, and of its 27 theses. It was, I think, in 1964 that a German publisher asked me whether I would agree to have my address published in book form together with Adorno's reply and the debate between Habermas and Albert. I agreed. But, as now published in 1969, in German, the book consists of two quite new introductions by Adorno, 94 pages, followed by my address of 1961, 20 pages, with Adorno's original reply, 18 pages, Dahrendorf's complaint, 9 pages, the debate between Habermas and Albert, 150 pages, a new contribution by Harold Pilot, 28 pages, and a short surprised postscript to a long introduction by Albert, 5 pages. In this, Albert mentions briefly that the affair started with a discussion between Adorno and myself in 1961, and he says quite rightly that a reader of the book would hardly realize what it was all about. This is the only allusion in the book to the story behind it. There is no answer. The question of how the book got a title which quite wrongly indicates that the opinions of some positivists are discussed in the book. Even Albert's postscript does not answer this question. What is the result? My 27 theses, intended to start a discussion, and so they did, after all, are nowhere seriously taken up in this longish book, not a single one of them, although one or other passage from my address is mentioned here or there, usually out of context, to illustrate my positivism. Moreover, my address is buried in the middle of the book, unconnected with the beginning and the end. No reader can see, and no reviewer can understand, why my address, which I cannot but regard as quite unsatisfactory in its present setting, is included in the book, or that it is the unadmitted theme of the whole book. Thus no reader would suspect, and no reviewer did suspect, what I suspect as being the truth of the matter. It is that my opponents literally did not know how to criticize rationally my 27 theses. All they could do was to label me positivist, thereby unwittingly giving a highly misleading name to a debate in which not one single positivist was involved, and having done so, they drowned my short paper, and the original issue of the debate, in an ocean of words which I found only partially comprehensible. As it now stands, the main issue of the book has become Adorno's and Habermas' accusation that a positivist like Popper is bound by his methodology to defend the political status quo. It is an accusation which I myself raised in my OPN Society against Hegel, whose identity philosophy, what is real is reasonable, I described as a kind of moral and legal positivism. In my address I had said nothing about this issue, and I had no opportunity to reply. But I have often combated this form of positivism along with other forms. And it is a fact that my social theory, which favors gradual and piecemeal reform controlled by a critical comparison between expected and achieved results, contrasts strongly with my theo_y of method, which happens to be a theory of scientific and intellectual revolutions. 2. This fact and my attitude towards revolution can be easily explained. We may start from Darwinian evolution. Organisms evolve by trial and error, and their erroneous trials, their erroneous mutations are eliminated, as a rule, by the elimination of the organism which is the carrier of the error. It is part of my epistemology that, in man, through the evolution of a descriptive and argumentative language, all this has changed radically. Man has achieved the possibility of being critical of his own tentative trials, of his own theories. These theories are no longer incorporated in his organism, or in his genetic system, they may be formulated in books, or in journals, and they can be critically discussed, and shown to be erroneous, without killing any authors or burning any books, without destroying the carriers. In this way we arrive at a fundamental new possibility: our trials, our tentative hypotheses, are nay critically eliminated by rational discussion, without eliminating ourselves. This indeed is the purpose of rational critical discussion. The carrier of a hypothesis has an important function in these discussions. He has to defend the hypothesis against erroneous criticism, and he may perhaps try to modify it if in its original form it cannot be successfully defended. If the method of rational critical discussion should establish itself, then this should make the use of violence obsolete. Critical reason is the why alternative to violence so far discovered. It seems to me clear that it is the obvious duty of all intellectuals to work for this revolution, for the replacement of the eliminative function of violence by the eliminative function of rational criticism. But in order to work for this end, one has to train oneself constantly to write and to speak in clear and simple language. Every thought should be formulated as clearly and simply as possible. This can only be achieved by hard work. 3. I have been for many years a critic of the so-called sociology of knowledge. Not that I thought that everything that Mannheim, and Skeeler, said was mistaken. On the contrary, much of it was only too trivially true. What I combated, mainly, was Mannheim's belief that there was an essential difference with respect to objectivity between the social scientist and the natural scientist, or between the study of society and the study of nature. The thesis I combated was that it was easy to be objective in the natural sciences, while objectivity in the social sciences could be achieved, if at all, only by very select intellects, by the freely poised intelligence which is only loosely anchored in social traditions. 7. As against this I stressed that the objectivity of natural and social science is not based on an impartial state of mind in the scientists, but merely on the fact of the public and competitive character of the scientific enterprise, and thus on certain social aspects of it. This is why I wrote, the so-called sociologue, L of knowledge overlooks is just the sociologue, L of knowledge the social or public character of science. 8. Objectivity is based, in brief, upon mutual rational criticism, upon the critical approach, the critical tradition. 9. Thus natural scientists are not more objectively minded than social scientists. Nor are they more critical. If there is more objectivity in the natural sciences, then this is because there is a better tradition, and higher standards of clarity and of rational criticism. In Germany, many social scientists are brought up as Hegelians, and this is, in my opinion, a tradition destructive of intelligence and critical thought. It is one of the points where I agree with Karl Marx, who wrote, in its mystifying form dialectic became the accepted German fashion. L0 It is the German fashion still. 4. The sociological explanation of this fact is simple. We all get our values, or most of them, from our social environment, often merely by imitation, simply by taking them over from others, sometimes by a revolutionary reaction to accepted values, and at other times, though this may be rare, by a critical examination of these values and of possible alternatives. However this may be, the social and intellectual climate, the tradition in which one is brought up, is often decisive for the moral and other standards and values which one adopts. All this is rather obvious. A very special case, but one which is all important for our purpose, is that of intellectual values. Many years ago I used to warn my students against the widespread idea that one goes to university in order to learn how to talk, and to write, impressively and incomprehensibly. At the time many students came to university with this ridiculous aim in mind, especially in Germany. And most of those students who, during their university studies, enter into an intellectual climate which accepts this kind of valuation coming, perhaps under the influence of teachers who in their turn had been reared in a similar climate, are lost. They unconsciously learn and accept that highly impressive and difficult language is the intellectual value par excellence. There is little hope that they will ever understand that they are mistaken, or that they will ever realize that there are other standards and values such as truth, the search for truth, the approximation to truth through the critical elimination of error, and clarity. Nor will they find out that the standard of impressive incomprehensibility actually clashes with the standards of truth and rational criticism. For these latter values depend on clarity. One cannot tell truth from falsity, one cannot tell an adequate answer to a problem from an irrelevant one, one cannot tell good ideas from trite ones, one cannot evaluate ideas critically, unless they are presented with sufficient clarity. But to those brought up in the implicit admiration of brilliance and impressive opaqueness, all this, and all I have said here, would be at best, impressive talk. They do not know any other values. Thus arose the cult of ununderstandability, the cult of impressive and high-sounding language. This was intensified by the, for laymen, impenetrable and impressive formalism of mathematics. I suggest that in some of the more ambitious social sciences and philosophies, and especially in Germany, the traditional game, which has largely become the unconscious and unquestioned standard, is to state the utmost one of realities in high-sounding language. If those who had been brought up on this kind of nourishment are presented with a book that is written simply, and that contains something unexpected or controversial or new, then usually they find that it is difficult or impossible to understand it. For it does not conform to their idea of understanding, which for them entails agreement. That there may be important ideas worth understanding with which one cannot at once agree or disagree is to them ununderstandable. 5. There is here, at first sight, a difference between the social sciences and the natural sciences. In the so-called social sciences and in philosophy, the degeneration into impressive but more or less empty verbalism has gone further than in the natural sciences. Yet the danger is getting acute everywhere. Even among mathematicians a tendency to impress people may sometimes be discerned, although the incitement to do so is least in mathematics, for it is partly the wish to ape the mathematicians and the mathematical physicists in technicality and in difficulty that inspires the use of verbiage in other sciences. Yet lack of critical creativeness, that is, of inventiveness paired with critical acumen, can be found everywhere, and everywhere this leads to the phenomenon of young scientists eager to pick up the latest fashion and the latest jargon. These normal scientists 11 want a framework, a routine, a common and an exclusive language of their trade. But it is the non-normal scientist, the daring scientist, the critical scientist, who breaks through the barrier of normality, who opens the windows and lets in fresh air, who does not think about the impression he makes, but tries to be well understood. The growth of normal science, which is linked to the growth of big science, is likely to prevent, or even to destroy, the growth of knowledge, the growth of great science. I regard the situation as tragic if not desperate, and the present trend in the so-called empirical investigations into the sociology of the natural sciences is likely to contribute to the decay of science. Superimposed upon this danger is another danger, created by big science, its urgent need for scientific technicians. L/4 and more Ph.D. candidates receive a merely technical training, a training in certain techniques of measurement. They are not initiated into the scientific tradition, the critical tradition of gestioning, of being tempted and guided by great and apparently insoluble riddles rather than by the solubility of little puzzles. True, these technicians, these specialists, are usually aware of their limitations. They call themselves specialists and reject any claim to authority outside their specialties. Yet they do so proudly, and proclaim that specialization is a necessity. But this means flying in the face of the facts which show that great advances still come from those with a wide range of interests. If the many, the specialists, gain the day, it will be the end of science as we know it, of great science. It will be a spiritual catastrophe comparable in its consequences to nuclear armament. 6. I now come to my main point. It is this. Some of the famous leaders of German sociology who do their intellectual best, and do it with the best conscience in the world, are the less, I believe, simply talking trivialities in high-sounding language, as they were taught. They teach this to their students, who are dissatisfied, yet who do the same. In fact, the genuine and general feeling of dissatisfaction which is manifest in their hostility to the society in which they live is, I think, a reflection of their unconscious dissatisfaction with the sterility of their own activities. I will give a brief example from the writings of Professor ADORNO. The example is a select one selected, indeed, by Professor Habermas, who begins his first contribution to der Positivism Streit by quoting it. On the left I give the original German text, in the center the text as translated in the present volume, and on the right a paraphrase into simple English of what seems to have been asserted. Point 12, OC. Die Gesellschaft Totalitat Verreitkein. Eigen leben Oberhalb Devonier Zusammenfassen aus dem Sie selbst bestet. Sie produziert und reproduziert sich durch ihr einzelnen Loment hindurch. So wenig aber Genes. Ganz vom Leben, von der Kooperation und dem Antagonismus seiner Elemente der ist. So wie nig knirgende in Element auch bloß in se, nir. Funktionären ers tende n werden ohne Einsicht in die Gans, das in der Fluigung der einzelnen Selbstsen Wesen hat. System und Einzelheit sind reziprok und nur in ihre Reziprozität zu erkennen. Not lead a life of its relations hips. On over and above that which it unites and of which it, in its turn, is composed. It produces and reproduces itself through its individualmoments. This to tality can no more be detached from from the cooperation and the antagonism of its elements. Then can an element be understood merely as it functions /t idle ou ins, ght into the whole, which has its source fr/e sen, essence j in t motion of the individual emity itself. System and individual entity are reciprocal and can only be ended in their reciprocity. The various social relationships somehow produces. Among these relations are cooperation and antagonism, and ins, as oned, society consists of these relations. It is impossible to separate from them. The oppose ite is also true, none of the relations can be understood without the totality of the others. Repetite ion of the preceding ht. Comment: the theory of social wholes developed here has been presented and developed, sometimes better and sometimes worse, by countless philosophers and sociologists. I do not assert that it is mistaken. I only assert the complete triviality of its content. Of course, Adorno's presentation is very far from trivial. 7. It is for reasons such as these that I find it so difficult to discuss any serious problem with Professor Habermas. I am sure he is perfectly sincere. But I think that he does not know how to put things simply, clearly, and modestly, rather than impressively. Most of what he says seems to me trivial, the rest seems to me mistaken. So far as I can understand him, the following is his central complaint about my alleged views. My way of theorizing, Habermas suggests, violates the principle of the identity of theory and practice, perhaps because I say that theory should help action, that is, should help us to modify our actions. For I say that it is the task of the theoretical social sciences to try to anticipate the unintended consequences of our actions, thus I differentiate between this theoretical task and the action. But Professor Habermas seems to think that only one who is a practical critic of existing society can produce serious theoretical arguments about society, since social knowledge cannot be divorced from fundamental social attitudes. The indebtedness of this view to the sociology of knowledge is obvious, and need not be labored. My reply is very simple. I think that we should welcome any suggestion as to how our problems might be solved, regardless of the attitude towards society of the man who puts them forward, provided that he has learned to express himself clearly and simply in a way that can be understood and evaluated, and that he is aware of our fundamental ignorance, and of our responsibilities towards others. But I certainly do not think that the debate about the reform of society should be reserved for those who first put in a claim for recognition as practical revolutionaries, and who see the sole function of the revolutionary intellectual in pointing out as much as possible that is repulsive in our social life, accepting their own social roles. It may be that revolutionaries have a greater sensitivity to social ills than other people. But obviously, there can be better and worse revolutions, as we all know from history, and the problem is not to do too badly. Most, if not all, revolutions have produced societies very different from those desired by the revolutionaries. Here is a problem, and it deserves thought from every serious critic of society. And this should include an effort to put one's ideas into simple, modest language, rather than high-sounding jargon. This is an effort which those fortunate ones who are able to devote themselves to study owe to society. A last word about the term positivism. Words do not matter, and I do not really mind if even a thoroughly misleading and mistaken label is applied on me. But the fact is that throughout my life I have combated positivist epistemology, under the name positivism. I do not deny, of course, the possibility of stretching the term positivist until it covers anybody who takes any interest in natural science, so that it can be applied even to opponents of positivism, such as myself. I only contend that such a procedure is neither honest nor apt to clarify matters. The fact that the label positivism was originally applied to me by a sheer blunder can be checked by anybody who is prepared to read my early Logik der Verstchung. It is, however, worth mentioning that one of the victims of the two misnomers, positivism and der Positivismus, is Dr. Alfred Schmidt, who describes himself as a collaborator of many years standing, langjähriger Mitarbeiter, of Professors Adorno and Horkheimer. In a letter to a newspaper Die Zeit I3 written to defend Adorno against the suggestion that he misused the term positivism in der Positivismus or on similar occasions, Schmidt characterizes positivism as a tendency of thought in which the method of the various single sciences is taken absolutely as the only valid method of knowledge, die Einzelwissenschaft liken wie Ergeren als einzig Kenntnisverbsalutieren denken, and he identifies it, correctly, with an emphasis on sensually ascertainable facts. He is clearly unaware of the fact that my alleged positivism, which was used to give the book Der Positivismus its name, consisted in a fight against all this which he describes, in my opinion fairly correctly, as positivism. I have always fought for the right to operate freely with speculative theories, against the narrowness of the scientistic theories of knowledge and, especially, against all forms of sensualistic empiricism. I have fought against the aping of the natural sciences by the social sciences. 14 And I have fought for the doctrine that positivistic epistemology is inadequate even in its analysis of the natural sciences, which, in fact, are not careful generalizations from observation, as it is usually believed, but are essentially speculative and daring. Moreover, I have taught, for more than 38 years 16 that all observations are theory impregnated, and that their main function is to check and refute, rather than to prove, are theories. Finally, I have not only stressed the meaningfulness of metaphysical assertions and the fact that I am myself a metaphysical realist, but I have also analyzed the important historical role played by metaphysics in the formation of scientific theories. Nobody before Adorno and Habermas has described such views as positivistic, and I can only suppose that these two did not know, originally, that I held such views. In fact, I suspect that they were no more interested in my views than I am in theirs. It may be worth stating here that the suggestion that anybody interested in natural science is to be condemned as a positivist would make positivists not only of Marx and Engels but also of Lenin, the man who introduced the equation of positivism and reaction. Terminology does not matter, however. Only it should not be used as an argument, and the title of a book ought not to be dishonest, nor should it attempt to prejudge an issue. On the substantial issue between the Frankfurt School and myself, revolution versus piecemeal reform, I shall not comment here, since I have treated it as well as I could in my open CCY. Hans Albert II has said many incisive things on this topic, both in his replies to Habermas in Der Positivismus and in his important book Traktat über Kritische Vernunft. L6.